some participants suggested that maybe I should tie consciousness with meditation, so that, in other words, relate consciousness to meditation, and that would help people in understand why we have to meditate, the why, the where, the how, and all that, instead of just theoretically, philosophically talking on consciousness. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about meditation in relation to consciousness, to the mind. So that's meditation I've got in here, and I have half an hour to do it before the bell goes. And we try to link what we have learned for all these years into the subject into various subjects actually. Consciousness, it relates to so many subjects. Meditation relates to so many subjects. For example, to the power of prayer, because meditation is about the mind. So the power of prayer, when we say our prayer, where does the power comes from? The power of prayer. And for example, the secret law of faith. How come faith make a difference in you when you're carrying out something, in your meditation, in your speech, in your work? How come faith makes a lot of difference? There's a secret. Some people call it the secret law of faith. So it all relates to the mind, and also the miraculous law of healing. How come some people get healed mentally? They have a sickness, and then they go through this, meditation, and all of a sudden they find that the sickness is all healed. So that's the miraculous law of healing. And of course, in meditation and in prayer, when you're doing that with faith, protection arises. The dynamic law of protection protects not just of the body, of your mind. Protect you from committing bad deeds. So protection is very important. And also, when you have the power of prayers, faith, healing, and protection, then it comes up with the mysterious law of inner guidance. How come people seems to have a guardian angel inside their mind, guiding them as to what to do? So all this, what we would talk about in meditation with regard to consciousness, and also the mighty law of courage. Some people are very courageous in doing things, and that's what the mind brings, the courage into power. And of course, we were talking about security and the magical law of mental nutrition. Meditation is a nutrition, is a mental nutrition, and also is a very positive way of emotional control. So all these we'll talk about when we're doing meditation, and when we're talking about meditation and consciousness. And of course, ultimately, what's the most important? The ultimate law of infinite life. And we call it nirvana. We call it Buddhahood. And that's very important. So we'll talk about all these in relation to consciousness. So meditation, we'll start from, maybe it's time to do a review. We start from grade 1. We start from grade 1. Why? What are the benefits? People always talk about when in the temporal world, we always consider when we are doing something, do we get any benefits from it? Benefits mentally, bodily. They always want to, especially for beginners. And this is good for you to understand, not just with respect to yourself. It also helps you to understand and helps you to talk about it when you want to introduce meditation to other people. So what are the benefits of doing it? People like to consider the benefits, the pros of doing meditation. But let's talk about it briefly for a few minutes. The benefits of meditation, if we can generalize it, is into the present benefit and the future benefits. Not just of the present benefits, it also involves the future benefits. Present benefits is with regard to temporal benefits, worldly benefits, like it benefits you in this life. But we understand that when the Buddha looked at the time dimensions, it's not just of the present life, it's of the future life too. The time dimension is past, present, and future. We can change the past. Can we change the past? We can. We don't have to agonize on the past because you can change it. Why do you have to feel so regretful? Why do you have to agonize yourself by thinking about it, hanging on to it, attaching to it until you become grief-stricken, you become very sad, you become depressed? The past is gone. Throw it away. Don't always bring the garbage of the past back onto your table, think about it, ponder on it, and then grief-stricken on it. Cry, yell, you don't have to. So the past. The present, you got to work at the present. It's the present moment that counts. The future, if the present is good, the future will look after itself. So let's consider the present temporal benefits of meditation. Well, so many temporal benefits, I can only generalize. I thought I would miss out a lot, but these are the important points. To reduce stress, people have work stress, stress in the family, stress at school and university, stress in the peer group, in the company, in what they're working, where they're working, to reduce stress. And then also to free oneself from symptoms and emotions such as depression, fear, worry, jealousy, anger, you name it, anxiety, shamelessness, lots of these symptoms and emotions. We'll talk about all these symptoms and emotions in details when we talk about consciousness. But we know that the present benefit, the temporal benefits of meditation is to free yourself from the symptom, from all these symptoms and emotions. Quite a few people, they don't even know they have these symptoms. They don't even know they have this kind of emotions. When emotions come, they just expressed it. They don't know why. So that's the reason why they suffer. When emotions comes, they're being involved. They're being swallowed up by the emotions and they just suffer from them. But let's analyze them. Find out why. Why are you emotional? How do you have emotional control? How do you control your emotions accordingly? That's very important. Next, to increase confidence and happiness. We're always talking about in North America, confidence is very important. You must be confident of what you're doing. You must have faith in what you're doing. Confidence. If you don't have confidence, then you have a lot of inferiority complex. So confidence. If you can control emotionally yourself, you have confidence, you can reduce your stress, and when the stress is reduced, you're happier than before. So to increase confidence and happiness. Next is to reduce the desires for sensual pleasures. This is quite controversial. Some people may think that it's good to have sensual pleasures. I'm always in pursuit of satisfying my sensual pleasures. If I want to smoke, I smoke. If I want to drink, I drink. If I want to involve in a relationship with an opposite sex, I can do it whenever I want, whatever I want, as long as I can satisfy my sensual pleasures. Now, meditation will help you to identify these sensual pleasures with a view to control it. And sensual pleasures would have a lot of detrimental effects to you, which you may not have thought about. The sensual pleasures of liquor drinking, for example. How many people get killed on the road because of drunken driving? Thousands of them got killed because of your sensual pleasure of pursuing that alcoholic content in the drinks. What happened after you're drunk? See, to reduce the desire for sensual pleasures, what happened to people who are always in pursuit of relationships, broken families, broken marriages, disease. Lots of these things happen. To increase wisdom and tranquility of mind, when you are doing meditation all the time, your wisdom level will increase. Remember, there's a difference between wisdom and intelligence. Wisdom is prajna. Prajna. Intelligence is temporal. So in other words, the most intelligent scientists who invented the most intelligent technology could use the technology to kill people, to occupy another country, to gain reputation and fame and wealth. He's absolutely intelligent, but he has no wisdom because he's destroying humanity. Atomic bomb, hydrogen bomb, you name them. So, increased wisdom is very important, and tranquility of mind. Think about all these temporal benefits. Do they deserve your coming to learn meditation? Do they deserve your practice of meditation every day? How much time do you assign to meditation every day? Half an hour? 15 minutes? Or 1 hour? Considering the kind of benefits you can obtain, you can acquire, why don't you spend more time into it? Why don't you make it a system that you have to do it and consistently train your meditation so that you can gain these benefits? As I always mention, how much time you spend on your iPod, on your iPad, how much time you spend on your cell phone. You could spend 2-3 hours on your cell phone. You count the amount of time you spend on your cell phone, your computer, your iPad, for fun, or just for tattletale, just for talking to various friends, and you won't have half an hour for meditation, which would bring you all these pleasant temporal benefits. People are like that. This is something that requires training. You think these benefits will just come to you instantly? This benefit is these are gradually coming to you. Not just in one sitting, the benefit will come to you. As a matter of fact, you realize tranquility of mind in one setting. You realize you're more joyous in one setting. You realize that your mind is more peaceful in one setting. But you gain more and more by systematically assigning time to do it every day, training yourself to do it every day, not just coming for a Saturday session for 1 hour and then you can get all these temporal benefits. So it is up to you. You are the creator of these benefits, not God. You are the creator of these benefits. Nothing to God giving you that. If God can give you all these benefits, He would have done all these. He would have done so. You don't have to request for it. You are your own God. You create all these. You should create all these. You're capable of creating all this. You should have the confidence of creating all this. You should have the consistency to create all these. There's no free lunch. You want temporal benefits and you don't work at it, how can you have these benefits? It's easy to talk about it. One action is worth 1,000 words. You know, but how much time you do it, you assign to it. All right, that's the present temporal benefits. But the Buddha said present temporal benefits are not enough, because they concern only about this present life. What happens if this life is finished? Everybody has to die. You only live to 100 years. But if you have this body, if you are still healthy enough, why don't you work towards a futurity of you? Do you know that you have a future? not in just this form. This form is a temporal form. This form is just one of you who have been changing forms in every reincarnation. You're Mr. Cheng, one life, Mr. Lee, another life, and you're going to go to the next life? I don't know. In the process of reincarnation, we are suffering. And the Buddha said, meditation can detach yourself from reincarnation, transcend all these sufferings, and get into, for the sake of calling it, nirvana, Buddhahood. There's no good names for it. It's just the level where you transcend all these. You don't even need these benefits. These benefits are only for the present life. If you're attached to these benefits, you can never let go. Even the benefits you have to let go. But you require these benefits to train yourself. What are these? To reduce mental afflictions regarding your future transcendental benefits, to reduce mental afflictions, to increase samadhi and prajna. Samadhi is your concentration and your contemplation. It's about the mind training. Prajna, wisdom, leading the practitioner, that is you, towards the path of enlightenment, and finally ending the reincarnation of life and death and reaching nirvana, which is Buddhahood. So with all these present and future benefits, are you not interested in doing it? Or this is just something that you do on a Saturday morning? On a Saturday morning, raining, there's nowhere else to go, the best is to get into a temple to meditate. If it is sunny, you have gone to Stanley Park already. It's a gloomy day, where else would you spend your Saturday morning? Plus, you have a free lunch. You are your own creator. You are your own motivator. Can you not motivate yourself? So, that's the benefits of meditation which we all have to remember. When some people like to look at benefits, when they think about a benefit, yes, I can be benefit from this, then he would do it. And then some people may ask me, well, you talk about all these benefits. How do you know? How do you know we will have all these benefits? How can you justify that we have these benefits? How do I know, being a kindergarten meditation, a grade 1, grade 2, how do I know it will reduce my stress and free myself from symptoms and emotions and give myself confidence to get an A in my examinations and reduce all these problems and worries that I have? How do I know? Are there any third-party scientific researchers to tell me that you're telling me the truth? Yes, I have. I'm going to show you something. Researchers on the result of meditation. I'm just quoting you some examples which you can verify from external sources, outer sources. American Psychological Association, what do they say? They say, yes, meditation reduces stress, balance the nervous system activation, balance the hormonal levels, increase brain coherence. And they all have definitions as to what brain coherence is, what nervous system activation is, what stress is all about. So the American Psychological Association, after conducting researches for many years, they come up with conclusions that, yes, meditation can achieve this. And how about the next association that I can quote? Cardiology Research and Practice. The heart, cardiology, research and practice, and also the American Heart Foundations, supported by the government, and they've done fantastic scientific researches. And they say, what do they say? They say reduce depression, fear, anxiety, worries, and increase work efficiency, learning capacity, and increase your memory. And also, last but not least, overcome insomnia. Can you sleep at night? Or you have to take pills to go to sleep. Cardiology research and practice, American Heart Foundation, they have conducted researches saying that meditation, consistent meditation, systematic meditation, and doing it right would give you these effects. Next, National Resource Center on ADHD. What is ADHD? Attention Deficiency Hyperactive Disorder. Some children have these. They can't stand still. They have to move all the time. They don't have attention. They have attention deficiency. They cannot pay attention for 1 minute. They have to walk around. So it's attention deficiency. And some children are hyperactive. They gotta move all the time. They can't sit still for 1 minute. So the National Resource Center on ADHD, they say it reduces high blood pressure and heart problems and improve memory. It will finally give you a lot of improvements if you suffer from ADHD. You don't have attention. Your concentration is gone. You're always hyperactive. You always easily get agitated. You usually get angry, and easily out of control. I have friends who have children suffer from ADHD, and I already mentioned to them meditation help. When I was talking to them, they say, "Oh yeah," but I've never seen them showing up with their children. On the one hand, they were worrying about their children. On the other hand, they just don't do anything about it. Just keep on going to see doctors and just keep on worrying about it. They don't do anything about it for meditation. I guess that's karma. So there are researchers on the results of meditation. And now we have talked about the benefits, the temporal benefits, and the future benefits, and we have talked about all these benefits were supported by researchers of famous foundations and organizations. And why don't we summarize now? What are the objectives of meditation? What are the objectives in doing meditation? Let's do a summary. The present and the future also. We don't just consider the future. The objectives are in twofold. Present, lead a happy life as a result of reducing mental afflictions, increasing samadhi, prajna, and elimination of sufferings, which would lead to transcend reincarnation, arrive at nirvana and Buddhahood. That's the ultimate law of infinite life. Some people call infinity, ultimate law of infinite life. You will not get reincarnated again. You will not be reincarnating again. You will get into, we call it nirvana. Future, transcend life and death, reincarnation, that's the future, and attaining nirvana, Buddhahood. Now, these are the objectives of meditation. If your meditation is just to reduce stress, your objective is too narrow. It's much broader. The objectives are much broader. How to achieve these objectives through meditation? These are the questions. How do we achieve these objectives? And we say the answer is meditation is about the mind. So in order to achieve these objectives, we have to know how our mind works. We have to know how our mind works first. Not just when you are told to meditate, just I want to sit here, how to cross my leg, right on left, left on top, and left on right, and then you have 3 adjustment to the breath, the body, and the mind, and how do you adjust the shoulder, how do you relax yourself. These are just the basics. These basics are quite easy to grasp. I can print it on a piece of paper, you just follow them. But you have to know what's behind them, the philosophy behind them, the meaning behind them. Meditation is about the mind. So in order to achieve your objectives in meditations, you have to know, first of all, how your own mind works. Don't you agree? then you know. And in the process of studying the mind, you know not just how your mind works in meditation when you are quiet, when you're sitting here, you also know how your mind works when you're outside, when you're doing work, when you are interacting with other people, when you are interacting in your daily life, how does your mind works, and when you know how your mind works, then you know how the minds of all others work. And if you know how the general mind works, it will help you in your daily lives. It will help you in your personal relationship. Because in your daily life, you just don't care about how people's mind works. I only care about my mind. Why do I have to care about how your mind works? You know, I only care about myself. But in the process of studying consciousness, you know not only on how your mind works, considering yourself, you also know how other minds work. That means what? You're one with them. Your mind is at one with all the others. And when we're talking about positive thinking, motivation, if your mind works in conjunction, in collaborations with other minds, in harmony with other minds, whatever you're doing, you'll be successful in it. You'll be leading a happy family, you'll be having a good job, you'll be leading a happy life. Now we know that meditation is about the mind. I want to still talk about one more slide, and it's a simple slide before we go. How does our consciousness work? How does our mind work generally? We have to know that before we study psychology, before we study consciousness. So we have sensory organs. Do we have sensory organs? We have the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue. These are the sensory organs that we have. Basically, we have 6 sensory organs, including the brain. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body, and the brain. So we have 6 sensory organs. And when these 6 sensory organs interact with objects, then what happens? When our sensory organs interact with the outside world, when the eye sees matter, when the ears listen to sound, when the nose smells, when the tongue tastes, when the body touches, and when the brain works and think about various other things, what happened? In this process, what happened? Consciousnesses arise. Only when you have the right interaction, when you pay attention. So in other words, if I look at you, if my mind is somewhere else, absolutely not in here, if my eyes look at you, I still don't know you. If my tongue is tasting food that I'm so grief-stricken, I'm thinking of other things, even though my tongue is chewing on something delicious, I don't know the deliciousness of this because I don't have the interaction. There's no consciousness arises. Only when you pay attention, when you have interaction, then consciousness arises. So what happens when consciousness arises? When consciousness arises, what happens? There are some concurrent mental functions work in your brain to induce you to do what? To attach to the objects. You hate that man. You hate that sound. You hate this food. You don't like this touch. So you have an attachment. You cling to things. You attach to things. When your concurrent mental functions of greediness, hatred, depression, jealousy, anxiety, fear work together with this kind of interaction, the consciousness, you start to attach to externalities. You may not know about it. Your anger comes, you may not know about it. Your greed, your sadness, your depression comes, you may not know about it. You attach to the alcohol. You don't know the detrimental effects of it, you just want to drink. You attach to the alcoholic content, you attach to your memory about alcohol, how good it is. You attach to the computer games that you're playing. You forget about how much time you have wasted. I just want to attach to these games. I just want to see listen to this kind of music. I want to see whatever is in the iPad, and you attach to it. You don't know about it. You just attach to it, to drugs, to whatever comes, whatever you attach to. Okay? And your consciousness, you know that depends on your sensory organs. So if you don't have eyes, you don't have eye consciousness. If you don't have nose, you don't have nose consciousness. If you don't have ears, you don't have ear consciousness. Your eyes, ears, and nose interact with your matter, sound, smell, and eyes consciousness, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, all this consciousness exists. Now, based on this diagram, you always put that in your mind. Then you know generally how consciousness works. Then you know how much you appreciate the normal function of your consciousness. And I'm always 10 minutes behind. I want to talk more, but I cannot. Ask questions at lunchtime. Okay, about this. So last time we talked about the benefits of meditation. All those, especially beginners, they always want, what can I benefit from meditation? We already have covered that. Future benefits, transcendental benefits, present temporal benefits, reduce stress and to free oneself from symptoms and emotions such as fear, worry, jealousy, hatred, anger, increase the confidence and happiness, and reduce your desires for sensual pleasures, and increase wisdom and tranquility of mind. We already have touched on those. And those are the present temporal benefits. But what is more important are the future transcendental benefits. To reduce mental afflictions, increase samadhi and prajna. Of course, we already have gone through what is samadhi and what is prajna, leading the practitioner towards the path of enlightenment, and finally ending the reincarnation of life and death, and reaching nirvana, Buddhahood. And that's the most important, because present benefits only deal with your present life. The transcendental benefits, it's to discontinue life and death reincarnation. We already have talked about that. So what I said last time is, that's what I said, that's what I gathered, all the information. Are there any support for the results of meditation? So we have American Psychology Association, we have Cardiology Research and Practice, American Heart Foundation, National Resource Center for ADHD. All these have clinical scientific researches conducted to prove that meditation brought tremendous benefits to those who practice it. It's one thing to hear about how good it is. Another thing is, do you have the confidence, the persistency, the patience to practice it? Not many. We really have to promote it, to let people know. So today we're going to lecture 2. Now, we already have talked about the benefits. Talking about meditation, it's easy to tell you how to sit, how to cross your leg, how to think about it, and the posture, the environments. But it's extremely important that you should know about why we have to meditate. If we use certain methods, why do we use certain methods? What's the urgency in meditation? So that leads to some transcendental spiritual concept of how our mind works. Because meditation is the mind, it's closely related to the mind. You have to understand yourself. You have to know, who am I? Who are you? Where do I come from? How do I get born? Why do I get born into this world? What happened to me in the future? Do I have just one life? Where do I come from? Did I come from the last life? What's the time and space concept of meditation? In doing meditation, why do we have to concentrate on the breath? And why do we have to let go of our wandering thoughts and all that? In order to explain those in detail, it's not enough just to tell you what to do. You really have to have the patience to sit down and think about who you are. That's a very basic concept in meditation, which many people ignored, especially those learners who learn it. They ignore the questions of who am I first. Let's start with I. What is this I? What is this? Some people call it an entity, I. Who is this I? Let's analyze it. You have to go step by step. Mind you, some people may not be interested. Why do I have to know who am I? I just got born and I just live. Why do I have to worry about it? Who am I? Where do I come from? How do I think? Whatever pleases me, that's what I think. They don't really go beyond the I. Let's explore more into it. If we have that question, who am I? A basic preliminary answer would be, I is made up of what? Body and mind, right? I have a body and I have a mind. So we say we have a body and we have a mind. There's no question about it. How can you without a body? Even if you have a body, if you don't have a mind, you are just a lump of flesh. You have no mentality. So you are a combination of body and mind, right? No question on that. There's no denying on that. But then the Buddha further explain and break it down into what exactly is the body, what exactly is the mind. So we say, okay, the body consists of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 materialistic perspective of the body. And some people will ask the question, why did the Buddha break down the ears, the nose, the eyes, the tongue, and segregate it from the body when they explained universe, when you explain body? Why did he break it down? Why did he just say a body? And why he has to break it down as eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body? There's more to know about why. Because of the body cannot interact without the eyes, ears, nose, and tongue. And when you talk about the body, it's not just the skin, the skeleton. You have to know about what are the organs that you're using to interact with the outside world. So in Abhidharma, the Buddha always explained it in depth, in detailed analysis. So according to Mahasatipatthana Sutra, the body has basically 32 parts to the body. Let's take a look at your bodies first. The hair, the bodily hair. Hair is just the head hair, the hair of the head, right? And the bodily hair, the nails, the teeth, the skin, flesh, veins, the bone structure, the liquid in the bone, kidneys, heart, liver, bladder, spleen, lungs, small intestine, or intestine, large intestine, stomach, feces, brain, gallbladder, the gall, phlegm, blood, sweat, etc., blubber, tears, synovia, spit, mucus, marrow, and urine. When a Buddhist monk is practicing Asubha Bhavana, he's always contemplating on what the body is made up of. What is Asubha Bhavana? Asubha Bhavana is to contemplate on the impurities of the body. Because the reason why we are born into this world is because we have desires. If you don't have sensual desires, you won't get born into this world. You are born into the Rupa Dhatu or Rupa Dhatu, which is a higher level existence. We are born into the Kama Dhatu existence, which the reason is because we have desires. And it is sexual desires that pull us into karma. But sentient beings in here just thought the opposite. They thought sexual desire is best, is what they want. But actually that is the problem. We always think that that's the joy that we have. But the Buddha said, the reason why we reincarnate is because we have that desire. So the Buddha explained in detail how to practice asubha bhavana, which is impurities of the body, to eliminate the sexual desire. And we have a lot more to say about asubha bhavana, the contemplation of impurities of the body. The body is a bag of impurities, but that's not what we think. We think the body is beautiful. The body it's what you want. You want to keep it, you want to appreciate it. Of course you have to appreciate your health, your body, but you don't attach the sensual desire to externalities. Anyway, body consists of that. And then you also have the eyes, the ears, the eyes, the nose, the tongue, and that is your sensory organs. All these things is not 100% you. In addition to all these are just molecules, elements, particles. This is made up of body cells. You are made up of not just the body cells, the material part of it. You're also made up of what? The mentality part of it, which the mind consists of. The mind has perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. You are a whole conglomeration of all these. And the Buddha laid out everything in detail and analyzed each one of these. And even present modern psychology, they don't go as deep as what the Buddha Sutras contain. It goes into every minute detail of what perception is, what conceptualization is, what volition is, and what consciousness is, so that you know in detail what is life. Who are you? Who am I? Have we got it clear now? You really have to gear your thinking to analyzing yourself. When you're analyzing this I, yourself, you're at the same time understanding others. In order to practice meditation, it's not just sit there and waiting for tranquility to come. You have to understand yourself first before practicing it. And what these two things involve is the body is materiality, a materialistic perspective of life that emphasizes on empirical evidence provided by the five senses. What can be literally be seen, heard, tasted, touched, or smell. In other words, your body, all these are molecules, elements, atoms. They can be empirically evidenced, empirically tested. They can be touched, heard, smell, all these things, because they are material. However, life is not just contained of material. Life contains spirituality too, which a lot of people ignore or haven't thought about. And this spiritual perspective goes beyond mere outer appearances. It goes beyond molecular or atomic and the five senses. It goes beyond empirical evidences. You cannot see thinking. You cannot see conceptualization. It's in the mind. So we are made up of not just the materialistic part of it, but also the spiritual part of it. So if you try to understand who am I, you really have to analyze every one of these in detail before you even meditate. Now, if you understand the basic and get into meditation, meditation would work more efficient for you. If your guru, your teacher just say, okay, this is how you sit, cross your leg, put your right on the left on the right, and this is how you put your shoulders, and then that's just the appearance. You gotta get into the spirituality of meditation. Someone may ask, fine, this is philosophy, psychology, so I still don't know who am I. I know I'm a body, I have my brain, molecules and elements and perception and conceptions. Then where do I go from here? I know all these things. Where do I go from here? Let's carry it a step further if you understand what I've been talking about in here. I don't have to go into the details of hair, bodily hairs and nails and teeth and all that. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a biologist, but suffice it to say that you have to get some knowledge of the body, ears, eyes, nose, and tongue, especially the sensory organs, because we use our sensory organs to interact with the outside world. So the Buddha segregated the sensory organ out from the body so that he told you how you interact with the outside world. Well, there is a philosopher, a modern philosopher, and his name is René Descartes. And he had one very famous saying. He said, I think, therefore I am. If you have no thinking, you're not what you are. You think before. You may think it wrongly, mistakenly, or you may think it correctly, but you think, therefore you are. So I think, therefore I am. How do I think? How do you think? Now, as I said before, we have the body and the mind. And we can say the body is materiality, and the mind is perception, conception, volition, and consciousness, which is the spirituality of it. There's 5 items in here. The Buddha sometimes, in some sutras, he explained the body and mind by using the 5 skandhas. Because the 5 skandhas emphasizes on the thinking part. The 6 sensory organs and the body concentrate on the body part. So sometimes the Buddha went for detail into the 5 skandhas instead of the sensory organs, because he wanted to bring out the spiritual part of it. So if we think about the material part of it, on how do we think, when you meditate, you're still thinking, When you're not meditating, you are thinking. There's not one moment that you're not thinking. Even when you are sleeping, you're thinking. That's what we call a dream. When you are sleeping, your 6th sense is still working. It's resting and thinking. That's the reason why when you're thinking, you always have dreams. When you're sleeping, you have dreams. Your mind is non-stop. So you've got to study your mind before you get into meditation. How do you use your eyes, your ears, the nose, the tongue, and your body? The Buddha in his sutras says the eyes interact with visual objects. Thereby, eyes consciousness is created. And in common English, we call it a vision. We have a vision. We see something. So when your senses interact with objects, a consciousness is created, arises. Ears interact with sound, and ears consciousness is created. We call it audition. Nose interact with smell, and nose consciousness or smell consciousness is created. We call it olfaction. Tongue interact with taste, thereby taste consciousness is created. We call it the taste. The body interacts with touch internally and externally. Externally, when our body touches, of course, the touch consciousness, tactile consciousness. Internally, every organ is touching each other. It's just a minute inside touch. So the body touch is not just concerned with external touch, it's also the inside. All the organs working, the circulation of it, the internal organ, the veins, the blood, internally working, touching each other. And that is what we call tactility. A tactile consciousness is created. Now all these is the five senses all interact with the environments. And all this consciousness is being created. When you have these consciousnesses, that makes you think, because a consciousness is thinking. And I'm going to ask you a question. Do you appreciate these senses? How do you use these eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body? How do you use in your daily life? How do you use these valuable senses that you have? How do ordinary people, temporal people, use their senses? In many ways. Do you appreciate the existence of your senses and use them accordingly? Some people do. They use their eyes to read, to see PowerPoints, to see good things. At the same time, they also use the eyes to do what? To see what? Pornography, attractive things, creating sensual pleasure, desires in their mind. They use the senses in many ways, the pros and cons ways. And some people may not even appreciate their own senses. There's always an article that I would like to draw your attention to, and I always mention it when I come to this point, is Helen Keller lost some of these senses, an American psychologist, a philosopher who lived about 100 years ago. She lost her eyes. She didn't have eyes, vision, consciousness. She lost the ears. She lost the tongue. She only had the nose and the body. She lost the consciousnesses, the senses of three of these consciousnesses. There's an article that she wrote, give me 3 days to see light. If she would be given 3 days to see light, to see visual objects, these are the three days. This would be how I spend my 3 days. The first day, I would like to see the face of all my friends, my mom, my tutor. And then I also would like to touch their face and see them. I like to see flowers. I like to see the blue sky. I like to see the children playing. I like to see birds, how they fly, how the codfish swimming in the pond. I like to see these beautiful things. She liked to use the eyes to see. And then she said, how I don't understand, some people with normal vision, they don't appreciate their seeing. When a friend came back from a trail walk from the woods, I always ask them, what do you see in the forest? And they always say, no, nothing in particular. I don't understand why. They come back from nature and they didn't see anything in particular. How I appreciate my eyes if I can see, my nose if I can smell, but I can talk, I can express my feeling. I can listen to the chirrupings of the birds, the songs of the birds, of the hummingbirds. I appreciate my senses. Okay, mind, perception, interact with everything. The mind interact with all dharmas, everything. The mind, of course, contains perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. And perception is when the senses start to perceive. Conceptualization is the one to conceptualize what they have seen, volition is how to carry out volitional actions and speech. And finally, the consciousness explains how all this mentality works. So the mind actually interacts with everything because all these visual objects, sight, smell, taste, and touch also interact with the mind. So the mind, we said, we have a mono consciousness, which is in contact with these senses. It also has an ego consciousness that, in the mind, which we call manas consciousness, the ego consciousness. Some people may not understand the ego consciousness. When you were born with karma. In other words, you brought your karma from your previous life. The time horizon, the time dimensions, what the Buddha was talking about was just not of today or this year. You have previous lives that you brought your karma to the present life. And because of your previous karma, which you have accumulated, you brought your previous karma to this life. And that previous karma is an accumulation of experiences of what you have experienced, which contain your ego. So in other words, when you came to this world, you have already molded in your consciousness a certain ego that you already have brought forward. So that's the reason why some babies are more obstinate, some people are more having fun, some people, different babies, when they were born, they already have a molded, an egoistic molded ego in them. Some people have, some babies have bad temperament, some babies smile all the time, some babies cry all the time, some babies resist certain things. You were born with an ego that you brought forward from your previous life. You already have your basic personality with you when you were born in here. We call it the karma, and some people call it the ego. And this karma, this mano, this ego karma, brought not only your personality, it also brought what you were about to experience in your life. Because of the causality, the universal causation, the law of causation, whatever bad things you have done previously, the bad karma, you also brought the bad karma to this life. The good karma, you brought the good karma to this life. It's not God who gave you this. You created all this yourself. You were selfish before, or you were generous before, you always have a temperament before, or you are also easygoing before. It's all you are the creator of your own ego. You brought forward all this karmic energy that you're about to experience. And Helen Keller, for example, she brought forward a karma that is deficient in eyes, ears, and tongue, because of certain things she did in her past, which brought her this karma. Everybody has a karmic energy, a bag of karmic energy you brought forward to here. Don't blame your dad for abusing you. Of course, you shouldn't be. You could have abused him before. Don't hate your husband for divorcing you, or you divorcing your parent, or your husband. You did the same thing to her or to him before. Why did your mom love your sister more than you? Because of the karmic energy. Every karma is a little different. So this mana is you really have to understand it. You really have to understand your own ego. Where does it come from? How it occurs? Not just about the present mind, about this ego that you have. And also, last but not least, a liar consciousness. We're talking about consciousness with the eyes consciousness, ears consciousness, nose, taste, tactile consciousness, mano, consciousness, which is very active. We always refer that as to your mental manager, the manager in your mind that is so skillful, so remembers everything, interacting with the eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and body to perform all actions or all speech. Here is this manas consciousness, which work in conjunction with the mano to carry out your life. And this alaya consciousness is the store and interactive house for all. Where you store this karma, it all stored in the alaya. Whatever you have done in the past, every thought, every action, you think it will be forgotten. It always gets stored in the alaya consciousness that you brought forward to this life. That is the storage. You can see these three things. You can see this mentality. Of course, the brain you can see. The brain is just the tool for the mind. The brain is not the mind. The brain is just a tool for the mentality. So you can see the brain, of course, biologically, chemically, scientifically, but you can't see mano, manas, and alaya because they're invisible. When a person dies, the mano shrink into ego, into the manas, and the manas shrink into the alaya. It is the alaya that gets into the next life, that reincarnates in the next life. When a person dies, there's no more ears, no more ears, no more eyes, no more ears, no more nose, no more tongue, no more body, no more brain. It all shrinks into the ego, the manas. And the manas would shrink into a liar. And it is the liar that gets into the next life, that reincarnation, that reincarnate into the next life. You really have to understand all this before you meditate. If you don't understand your mind, how can you meditate? You have to understand this in order to interact properly, normally with the outside world. You have to understand this in order to get enlightenment. The Buddha explained all this in detail, how you should see yourself. Who is this I? How should you see your body, your mind, before you get into meditation, before you get into enlightenment? We've been talking for 2 times already, and this is the 3rd time. And I think we need a very quick review of what we've been talking about. When we say we want to meditate, meditation is not just about how to cross your leg, where to put your hands to, how do you relax, how do you put the tip of your tongue on top of on the roof of your mouth, and how do you breathe. And that's the very basic. It's easy to learn all that. The most important in meditation is to know how your mind works first. Because meditation is about the mind, not about how how to cross your leg, where to put your hands, and what time of the day should you meditate. Can I meditate after lunch, or do I meditate after breakfast? Meditation, if you really want to go into it, is about the mind. So you really have to know how the mind works. And as a matter of fact, it's not just in meditation, for the purpose of meditation, you should know about the mind. For enlightenment, you should know about the mind. For going to the path of Buddhahood, and you need to know the mind. To lead a happy life, you need to know the mind. To understand the relationship between you and your family members, your colleagues, everybody in the society, you need to know the mind. And really, if you really know how your thinking and your consciousness works, then you can gear your consciousness to success. If you're doing temporal affairs, you're doing business, you're doing studying, that's what we call, in North America, motivation, how to motivate your mind to do whatever you want. This is a small part of the Buddhist teaching about motivation. Now, okay, how does our thinking, our consciousness works? We have sensory organs. When our sensory organs interact with objects, when our sensory organs, our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our body, our mind, the mind has the brain, and the brain is the sensory organs too. So when all our sensory organs interact with the outside world, when you're speaking, when you're acting, when you're driving, whatever you do, every aspect of you, of your action, of your interaction, you interact with objects. When your sensory organs interact with objects, if you pay attention, if you really pay attention, what arises? Consciousness arises. Consciousness arises. And if you take a closer look at it, the consciousness, when it arises, it attached to the objects. When I say it attached to the object, at the same time, when this interaction, there is concurrent mental functions working in your mind, which would induce you to attach to the objects, which induce you to be angry when you are shouted at, which induce you to be greedy when you want to take something away, take something that does not belong to you away. When you're attached, you don't let go of it. You attach emotionally because of the consciousness is emotional. You may not know about it, but that's what happens. And then at the same time, your consciousness also depend on the sensory organs. Without sensory organs, you cannot see. Without eyes, you can't see. Without tongue, you can't taste. Without nose, you can smell. So really, the arising of the consciousness depends on the sensory organs. And of course, if you want to get into detail, sensory organs is further categorized or divided into two categories. One, it's the outer material part of it, which is really the nose that you can touch, the ears that you can touch, the eyes that you can touch. There's another part which is the nervous systems of the sensory organs that you cannot touch. Yeah, you can do it medically when you operate on the nose, operate on the eyes, but as a normal person, we cannot touch the nervous systems of the eyes. So actually, the sensory organs, it's in two parts. One is what you can see, and what you cannot see outwardly. And then we say sensory organs are these: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Of course, the body includes not just of the body, but of the internal organs. Your heart, your spleen, your lung, everything. And then your eyes corresponds to matter, whatever there's obstructions. Matter means obstruction. It obstructs space. It takes up space. Molecules, protons, electrons, to take up space, they have obstructions. Ears to sound, nose to smell, tongue to taste, body to touch. And this body is not just touching the skin touching material, but also the internal organs touches each other. Touch means they're working together to make the body works. And then the mind, of course, interact with dharmas. When you say dharmas, it's everything. The mind interact with everything. The dharma includes the past, the present, and the future too. It includes everything you can think of. The mind can think of that. So when you have all that, what is this consciousness created? Eyes, consciousness, or we call it visual sometimes. Ears, consciousness, the listening part. Nose, tongue, body, and mind. mind consciousness. So this is something that we should know. We should know about. And this is just simplification of a school of Buddhism, of what the Buddha taught. And some people asked me last week if they want to research into more details about this school of thought of the Mahayana Buddhism. Where did they look into? What titles? So now maybe I'll give you the names of this school of thought of this Mahayana Buddhism. It is called Yogacara. The Sanskrit is, the meaning, it's a Sanskrit word, the meaning is application of yoga. And yoga means in harmony. And everything is in harmony, that's a yoga is in harmony. You know, body and mind in harmony. Yogacara, that means application of yoga. It is also known as Vujnanavada. Vujnanavada, Vujnana is consciousness. Vujnanavada means the branch, the school. So the school that teaches knowing. Vujnana is knowing. Everyone, eyes Vujnana, nose Vujnana, tongue Vujnana. Vujnana means knowing it. Also known as Vujnana Matra. What is Matra? What is Matra? Matra is only. So it's consciousness only. It's also known as consciousness only, Vujnana Matra in the Chinese language, Wei Shi. Also known as Chitta Matra. Why sometimes known as Vujnana Matra and sometimes known as Chitta Matra? Chitta Matra, Chitta means the mind that is polluted. Sometimes this school of thought wants to point out to you, our mind is not pure, it's polluted. Chitta is the mind only, the mind. Now this school of Mahayana Buddhism teaches that the reality we think, we perceive, have no reality in themselves. What does that mean? That means what we perceive is not real in themselves. It's not real. Why is it not real? What we perceive, that thing that we perceive, does not have swabhava, does not have its own nature. It is not permanent. It's only arising on causes. It's changeable. It does not have its reality. It's changeable. It's ephemeral. It's come together because of causes. It's causation. It does not have its real, true existence. That's why we say that the reality we think we perceive have no reality in themselves. There is no real experiencer. Experiencer, the one who experiences it, has no reality. Why? What am I made up of? I'm made up of causation of all these conditions. I exist. When these conditions for my existence fail, I don't exist. When I die, I don't exist. So I don't have a reality. There's no real reality of me, the experiencer, and there is no reality of what is being experienced too. What is being experienced is also one causation. So there's no reality. It's only the mind. This is only a process of my mental attachment. Everybody clear with that? It does not mean that, it doesn't exist. It exists. How can I say it doesn't exist? It exists in form, but it doesn't exist in reality. Its existence is short-term, changeable. It exists in causation. This is something that is not difficult to understand if you think deeper. Then people ask, what is it that knows? Who knows? Who knows all these things? The knowing explained by the Buddhist philosophy of the 8 consciousnesses. The 8 consciousnesses know. The mind knows. The mind knows that there's no reality. The mind knows that reality doesn't exist. So it's only the mind only. The whole thing is the process of the mind. Okay, so if you want to know, research more, you get into all these different names, and you will get lots of answers for them. And what I've been talking about would serve as a beginner's approach for you to probe deeper into what you want to understand. If you want to understand Buddhism, if you do not understand your mind, you're not in the right track. If you just worship blind faith, prostration, burning your incense, offering your flowers, that's just the surface of Buddhism, not the real Buddhism we've been talking about. It's about the study of nature, of you. There is a very famous poem in Japan which explains this concept of consciousness only. And I don't understand Japanese, but I got the English translation for it. I would like to share this poem with you. And in Japan, there's a province called Nara. In Nara, there is a Sarasava pond, Kofukochi Temple. There was a professor talking about consciousness only, and he quoted his own poem, which became very famous in Japan, teaching Mahayana Buddhism, the mind-only Buddhism, which Nanamachata. So I'd like to share it with you. Okay, an example. At the clapping of hands, the carp comes swimming for food, the birds fly away in fright, and a maiden comes carrying tea. The clapping of hands, right? Clapping of hands is just one event. I clap my hand, pop, clap my hands. This is the one event. The carp comes swimming for food. The koi fish, they thought the master is coming to feed them with food, so all these koi fish swimming, struggling to the top of the water, waiting for the food to be served to them. That's what the carp, the koi, understands. That's what the carp, the koi, knows. He knows that clap of the hands means food is ready. But this clap of hands to the birds are not the same. The birds scared that someone is going to be shooting them. The shot of a gun, clap. So the birds fly away in fright, flying everywhere, trying to avoid being shot. So the birds fly away in fright. And then, at the clap of his hands, a maiden comes serving tea. In Japan, there are maidens who serve tea, who make tea in the tea ceremony. Is that the master it's signaling that we will bring the tea to them. So you can see that just one event, it does not have its reality. Its existence does not have any reality, but its perception also does not have any reality. It creates different perceptions. So how can you say that clapping of hands has a reality of its own? Even the sound it produces has no reality. It creates different perspectives. Why it creates different perspectives? Let's go on to see something more. The same event is interpreted differently by different people. The reality as we understand it is all defined by our mind's interpretation of things. We project our knowing of reality constantly. That's what we call consciousness only. Everybody has a distorted, a limited view of reality, forming one's understanding of reality differently. Now, what does that mean? The koi fish, he thought that's the same event. He thought food's going to be served. The maiden comes carrying tea, and the birds fly away in fright. They all have different perception, different understanding. Why? Because they have different karma. The birds reincarnate into birds is because of causation, because of many reasons, many karma they created in the past and present. And the way they understand it is based on their survival. So every karma is different. Who created this karma? God? No, you yourself created this karma for you. Nobody else. So your karma is different, your past actions were different, what you have done is different. You're responsible for your karma. The reason why you're poor now, the reason why you're so hectic in your life, the reason why you fail, or the reason why you're so successful, the reason why you had a divorce, the reason why somebody had a family, happy family, all this is because of karma, of what you have, of all the causes that you have created for yourself. You are the master of your own destiny. You wrote your own script. So everybody, because you have different karma, you have different distorted perception of different things. Because everybody has a different internal commentator in their mind. When they look at things, they comment on it. This is good, this is bad, this is what I want, this is what I hate, this is what I love. They have an internal commentator that carry this distorted, limited, biased view. And they are different. And every time when you see things, every time when you perceive, when you listen, when you think, this internal commentator will give you the bias, will affect you. And this internal commentator is made up of all this karmic energy that you created yourself. Don't blame God for a bad internal commentator. For a commentator that's so biased, so angry, so jealous, so depressed, so sick, or for a commentator that is so intelligent, so enlightened. You got your own internal commentator in every one of you. The problem is our belief in the infallibility of our own experiences, not the experience themselves necessarily. So the clap of the hands is not shooting at the birds. The clap of the hands is objective. It's you who is subjective. A few bad words of yelling and shouting and scolding, those words are objective. They're not poisonous. But your mind treats it as poison and you act with anger. If somebody yells at you, when you're driving on the road and somebody yells, do you know how to drive? Yell at you and all that. It depends on how you took those words. Those words are not poisonous. It's your mind that poisoned those words. You want to stop and you want to fight, you want to honk. You want to yell back. And in the process of doing all this, you lost your mind, you ran into a lamppost, or you bumped into somebody, or you're actually involved in a fight. And then the police came and we created more karmic energy. And blood all over the place. Or you were drunken driving. Oh, so much to talk about in these things. So that's an example of consciousness only. And then we say, okay, when I look at something, my thinking processes, I interact with external. And how does my internal work? The Buddha gave us details as to how our mind works. If you know how your mind works, then you can reform your mind. Not only when you know how your mind works, can you reform your mind. If a prisoner wants to be transformed into an ordinary, good, virtuous person, he has to change. He has to understand that his conduct is bad. So you really have to understand your mind. How your mind actually... It's easy to know that all my senses interact with outside. Then how do my inside work? We say, okay, we have a thinking process. And then we say, okay, we interact with the outside world, externality, with the outside, all our eyes interact with matters, and my ears interact with sound and all those. I know those interactions and my consciousness created. But how does this internality works? Let's get into more details of that. Then if we get into more details, then we know how the mind works, and when we do meditation, we know all the problems. Then we can stop the problems and create this purity. We call it the cognition process. We cognize something, cognition, the thinking process. It includes, of course, perception, conceptualization, flashback your memory, analysis, volition, which includes applied thinking, sustained thinking, investigation and scrutiny, and the involvement of numerous concurrent mental functions. Numerous concurrent functions. It does not matter how numerous they are. The Buddha went into detail of these numerous concurrent functions, and let us know more about it so that we can tackle them. But before we get into the concurrent mental functions, we say generally we have a subject and an object. The subject is the experiencer. The object is that being experienced. And when we're doing this thinking process, there's interactions, and we would like to finally broadly generalize externality and internality, so that when we practice meditation, we immediately know what happened roughly before we get into detail of concurrent mental functions. So we want to get into the 4 aspects of cognitions and 3 kinds of objects that we experience. And actually we're getting into a very, very advanced psychology course. But that's Buddhism. What kind of cognitions we have, and how many 3 kinds of objects that we have. Cognition is the thinking process. The objects is what the cognition cognize. So the first one is the externality, the objective aspect, raw reality as it is. This is a flower. That's raw reality. That's only a flower. Now, this reality is not the same reality as we're talking about. Reality means it is really a flower. You can't say it is not a flower. The objective aspect of it is a flower. The second is the subjective aspect, the sensory perception of reality. The objective aspect is 相分. The subjective aspect is 见分. The witnessing aspect is cognition of this perception, 自证分. The witnessing aspect, thoughts that follow cognition, is 正知正分. Let me give you an example. If you're looking at a watch, you want to say, okay, this is now, they're looking at the clock, this is, say, 11 o'clock. The clock is what I look at, right? That's the objective aspect. 这个是相分. That's the objective aspect. 这个是相, 外相, objective aspect. The clock as it is. And then, who sees the clock? The subjective aspect, the sensory perception of that clock in my eyes. That's a subjective. My eyes is subjective. See that? My eyes is 见分. The witnessing aspect, cognition of this perception, because, it's 11 o'clock. I know it's 11. I know this is 11 o'clock. Because immediately I know. The real witnessing aspect is 正知正分, thoughts that follow. And then I voice it out in my mind. It's 11 o'clock. Because my eyes look at that object, my subjective look at that, and then in my witnessing, it's 11 o'clock. I haven't spoken it out, I haven't confirmed it, and then I say, it's 11. That's the re-witnessing part of it. We always go through this process. We see Mr. Cheng, my eyes see Mr. Cheng is the objective aspect, and my eyes see it as the subjective aspect, and then I cognize that's a person, that is a witnessing aspect, and then I say, this is Mr. Cheng, real witnessing aspect. You understand? That is how cognition works. Now, of course, this is the generalization of how cognition works. And then objects, as they are themselves, they are the raw experience. That's the clock. Objects, there are three kinds of objects, you know. Objects as they are, clock. Objects that are illusion. What are these objects that are illusion? Give me an example. Can you give me an example? As objects that are illusion, because there are three kinds of objects. Objects that are real, they're raw experience. This is a computer. This is a room. How can you say it is not a room? This is objects as they are themselves. Xing, Jing. Another kind of objects that are illusions. What are these objects? I'm dreaming. I'm sleeping and I'm dreaming. I dream of Hong Kong. That in my mind is an illusion. It's a dreamt image. Not even a shadow is a real shadow, you know. But when I dream of, say, downtown, I'm dreaming of the Colosseum in downtown, and that is an illusion in my mind. That's an object of illusion in my mind. There's no downtown in my mind. There's no Colosseum in my mind. There's just an illusion, right? Okay. The third is objects that are originally derived from raw experience but falsely perceived. 代指圣指代指境. What is these? Objects that are originally derived from raw experience but falsely perceived. Now, if I say a distant mountain, not a distant mountain, that's just something simple. Yes? A mirage? Yeah, mirage. Yeah, a mirage. Another example is, say, if I see a shadow with horn there, I say, that's a cow. There's a cow. But it's something that it carries the original experience, the originality of it, but it's falsely perceived. There's some smoke in there, but there's no fire. Oh, there's a fire, but only smoke, but of course there's no smoke without fire. But if you go into a corner and it's just shadow of horn, you say there's a cow in there. It carries a little bit of the raw experience, but it's not actually the experience itself. It's falsely perceived. It's different from illusion. Illusion is something that is not telling anything that is of the real experience. For example, a mirage. A mirage is falsely perceived, right? But it carries a little bit of the climate, a little bit of the heated weather, a little bit of the wave. So it carries a little bit of the truth of the reality, but it's actually an illusion. That's a good example. An illusion is absolutely, you don't have any heat, you don't have anything. It's just an illusion. But a mirage is something that is only falsely perceived. But it still carries a little bit of the desert, because you can't see a desert mirage if you're not in the desert. So you carry a little bit of that reality. All objects are classified as that. No objects would not fit into these categories. This is number one, and I'm closing my eyes and I think about the Colosseum, I think about the City Hall, or the museum. That's the second one. It's an illusion or my dream. The third one is that Mr. Cheng in there? It's not. It's just a shadow. But there's a person in there. Mr. Cheng is a person, but that person throws a shadow, and I thought that's Mr. Cheng. It's wrong. It's falsely perceived, but there's a person's, walking by. They still carry a little bit of the reality. All objects are like that. All right? So this is what it is in understanding cognitions and the three aspects. And let us carry it a little further into some details now. What are the concurrent mental functions? Because when we perceive objects, when our subjective is perceiving objective, what actually happened in our mind? This is regarding the externalities and how we perceive things. But what actually happened in the perceiving? What should happen in our thinking? The Buddha gave us this analysis. In the Chinese language, we call it 心所. There's 51 in there. There's 51 of these concurrent mental functions. There's 51 of them in there. And there's omnipresent functions. 遍行, which include attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volitions. Object contingent functions, 别境. So we have desire, resolve, mentalness, concentration, and intelligence. Wholesome functions, 11 wholesome functions, and 4 indeterminate one, uncategorized functions. That is regret, sleep, investigation, and scrutiny. This is 51, this concurrent mental functions. Whenever your thinking process cognizes externalities, what happened to the internalities? All these things work. All these concurrent mental functions work. So what you really need in meditation is you really have to know how your mind works. You really have to know how you think. If you really know how you think, you are the master of yourself. Don't you want to be the master of yourself or the slave of your own mind, which induce you to do unwholesome deeds, unwholesome actions? Okay, so I have a lot more to tell you, but I would like to stop at this point. What I'm going to tell you, we're going to analyze every one of these in details so that you know how you think, right? So let's leave it to next time. Last time we were talking about all these unwholesome mental functions, concurrent mental functions, 26 of them. And let's backtrack a bit. We said we have unwholesome mental functions of 26, concurrent mental functions. In other words, simultaneously, when your consciousnesses attach to or interact with externalities, external objects, all these things happen at the same time, and you may not realize it. It's very important that you should realize them and know them in detail. 26 of these unwholesome mental functions. 26 unwholesome functions is just one part out of the 5 parts of mental functions happen simultaneously when our mind works. You know what are these? There are 51 concurrent mental functions. When say, for example, when the eye see, at the same time, the 51 concurrent mental functions work inside of you. So if you really want to meditate well, you have to know what happened when you're meditating. You have to know how your mind thinks. But how come my mind is thinking of the past, the present, and the future? How come I get attached to certain things? How come my mind is now not at peace? You got to understand your own mind in order that you can meditate well. Usually when people meditate, even instructors, they may have overlooked the fact that when you give instructions or when you learn meditation, it's not just how to cross your leg, how to put your hands, where do you put the thumbs together, and how about your lip curling and touching the roof of the mouth, and how do you relax yourself, and what kind of mattress you should use, and how do we cross our legs? I mean, those are preliminaries, the basics, those are the easiest to learn. But people usually tend to just learn that. How do I walk? One foot and then another foot, next, right, left, and how do we breathe? That's easy to understand. The most difficult to understand is how the mind works. It's not just people told you, your instructor or experienced meditator or a monk. It's not just telling you one time and you understand all these. You have to make sure that you really understand thoroughly in order that you can understand yourself. Not just look at the PowerPoint and, oh, that's about it, and then you write down all these concurrent mental functions, and after you've gone home, you put it aside, and you forget about it. That's not the way to learn. The Buddha said you really have to repeat it again and again. In the Tang Dynasty, Venerable Master, the master of precepts, of Vinaya, he listened to his teacher teaching him the book of precepts. How many times he listened? 21 times. The teacher took the patience to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. And he took the patience to listen and listen and listen, and altogether 21 times. Each time is about maybe 1 or 2 months, 21 times. So that it gets all in his mind, that when he's meditating, you know, oh, here comes jealousy, here comes hatred, here comes expressed hatred, here comes depression, here comes sensual indulgence. You really have to know it well. There's a saying in the Chinese warfare tactics. In order to win the war, you have to understand thoroughly, not only of your enemies, you have to understand yourself, both. You don't understand how your mind works, and you don't understand how the externalities get you attached to them, how can you meditate? Not just crossing your leg, in what position, you know, those are the various preliminaries. There are 8 consciousnesses, you know about that. The I consciousness. Now how is the consciousness, how does consciousness arise? Consciousness arise if your sensory organs interact with external objects. Very simple, right? Your sensory organs interact with external objects. What are these external objects? You tell me. What are these external objects? Oh, why don't have we? Tell me. You know the external objects? What are these? Huh?
People, places, and things.
Exactly, good. External objects include many, many, many things. It could be people. It could be situations. It could be reality, the raw reality as you see them. This is a camera, lights, floor, all these things. Objects. When your consciousness arises, your consciousness attached to objects. Now, put away consciousness for a time. What are these objects? And we said objects includes people, places, situations, and all these things. But the Buddhist teaching said, why don't we categorize them? Okay, the first kind of objects, like what you said, people, situations, places, and all that, those are objects as they are, as the raw reality, right? This is a lantern. This is a mouse. These are objects as they are. These are true objects as they are. This is flowers, everything. There's some dust, clouds, sun, everything. That's reality as they are, objects, right? What's the second one? The second ones are not reality objects as they appear. The second ones are objects that are created in your mind. When you close your eyes can see reality. When your ears, you lost your listening, there's no reality sound to be heard. When you're not eating, your tongue is not tasting reality, the food, right? So another object is objects that are created by your own mind. Those sometimes people call them illusions. I'm closing my eyes now. Oh, I'm thinking of yesterday I met Mr. Cheng. And Mr. Cheng looked very fragile, pale. Mr. Chen's images, you created them in your mind. So objects are also created by your own mind. They are not reality. They are not real objects. They're objects created by your own mind. Now those occupy a lot of categories in the objects. Mind creating objects, right? Do you know that your mind can create objects inside of you? Watch those, not just reality. Now the second categories are objects that are created by your own mind. In the Chinese language, 读音经, 读音经, right? The first one, singing, 读音经. What is the third kind of objects? Third kind of objects. The third kind of objects is a combination of the first two. The third kind of objects carry with itself the substance of reality, and at the same time carry the substance of illusions. Those two are combined. Remember we gave the examples of mirages in the desert and a highway? A combination of heat and moisture and reflections will produce something like you can see water in front of you when you're driving. Actually, there's no water. It looks like a reality. It looks like, oh, there's water in there. But that's a combination of, because of the heat, because of certain moisture, and because of your locations and all that, it's a combination of illusions and reality. Say, if there was a person, if it was a person walking by and he was holding maybe a bamboo on his shoulder and he was walking by, you couldn't see him, and you thought, oh, and that corner there's a cow. The bamboo looks like a horn, and then that person is a living being. It was carrying something. Now that's reality. There's someone with some little bit of reality. He carry a bamboo and he's a man, and then mixed with your illusion, you thought that's a cow. The shadow, the cow has horns. So those are the three kinds of categories of objects that includes almost all the objects. You understand? So the Buddha's teaching is in detail. You really have to know it quite well. So those are the objects. When your sensory organs perceive external objects, what arises are the consciousnesses. There's consciousnesses, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, taste consciousness, touch consciousness, the mental consciousness. The seven is manas consciousness, which is the self-centered, egoistic consciousness. You always have that self-center, that self. You always think that you have a self. That's a consciousness is already inherent in that last alaya consciousness in you. Alaya consciousness. So you have this eight consciousness arising at the same time when your sensory organs interact with external objects. And consciousness attached to external objects, but at the same time, consciousness depends on sensual organs for its arising, for their arising. So in other words, it's in a triangle. They all are independent. It's a network. Nothing in this world is not a network. Everything is a network. What you do, everything what you do affects your family. Everything of what every person do affects the whole society. Everything of what a country do affects every country internationally. So it's a network. Not until we have more advanced and understanding of networking do we know the Buddhist teaching is a network. It's a whole conglomeration of the world's network. And we call it causality. It's a causality of network. So what you do, what you think is very important. Every thought in your mind is a network of what you're going to do in the future. It's always linked to a network of what happened in the past. Every thought is important. So now you know that all those are consciousnesses, the 8 consciousnesses. And then we say, okay, consciousness arises when sensory organs habitually attached to externalities, then is that all? No, concurrently, 51 mental functions happened. In other words, assuming these consciousnesses are the kings that minister. There are many ministers helping the king to perform, to speak, to listen, to yell, to get angry, to kill, to lie, to do all these things. So those are the 51 ministers. And of these 51 ministers who help the king consciousness to perform, to speak, some of them are good ministers, some of them are bad ministers. And we have 11 good ministers in that parliament, in that kingdom, and we have 26 bad, unvirtuous ministers helping the king to perform. 26 are unwholesome, and 11 are wholesome ministers. And there are also ministers who don't make any difference. They just execute things. There are 5 omnipresent functions helping the king, helping the consciousness just to perform. They don't make judgment. Remember the 5 omnipresent functions? Attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. They just carry out. They don't say this is bad and this is good. They don't do that. They don't do that. They at the same time carrying out the king's functions. And why do we have to know all these things? These are the intricacies of our mind. These are the intricacies. And you really have to know them. And talking about these omnipresent functions, these ministers help to carry out. But sometimes ministers, they don't make decisions, but sometimes they could be lazy. They may not be doing their job wholeheartedly. For example, the minister of attention, he may be sleeping on the job. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention, the consciousness does not arise. Contact, the minister of contact is not doing his job. There's no contact. Your eyes do not contact the object. How can your eyes have consciousness? So all these ministers really got to work in order to carry out what your mind is doing. Okay, those are 5 omnipresent. Omni means all, universal. Presence, that means they have to be present in order to carry out what your consciousness think, what your consciousness speak. And the next category is object contingent functions. These ministers are ex officio ministers. You got to appoint them. They're not waiting for you all the time. They're not like omnipresent present ministers. In other words, you have to appoint, you see, you have special committees, that kind of thing. Huh? Delegation, yeah. But delegation is not what I'm thinking about. Anyway, that's not matter. Object contingent functions. The minister of desire. So there's something in the interaction that you want to desire to do. Oh, I saw someone on an afternoon, a Sunday morning, I peeped into the meditation hall, and I saw someone doing meditation in there. And I feel that that's good. I always wanted to dream of doing meditation. I peeped through, and this guy, all these people are really meditating, and they look very peaceful. I desire to learn that. The minister of desire comes up in you. I desire to learn that good thing because I want to be calm. I want to be better in my life. I heard that meditation can better my life, and I have a strong desire that next week I'm going to come. That's a good desire. That's a good desire. Object contingent functions, all these ministers could be good, could be bad. Good desire. On the other hand, You're peeping into a nightclub. Oh, gee, they're drinking. Oh, they have this nice, attractive people all around. I'm going to get into there next Saturday. It's nice. I can drink. I can have fun. Sensual indulgence fun. You desire to go in next week. You also create a desire, the minister of desire. So all these official desires, different, good or bad, we don't know. So you have desire, you have resolve. Resolve, that means you determined, the minister of determination. Mindfulness, you always remember next Saturday you're going to do that. The minister of concentration, when you're doing that, you really concentrate into it. You really enjoy yourself when you're in the pub. Well, you really enjoy yourself when you're in meditation. Depends on where you go. And then that's also the Minister of Intelligence. So there are 5 intelligence, the Minister of Intelligence, that means you went in the meditation hall, you meditated, you listened to all these lectures, and when you went home, you research more into it, you practiced it, you carry out the practice. You want to enhance and get your intelligence into it. So these are the 5 object contingent functions. So I just mentioned omnipresent functions, the 5, and the 5 object contingent functions. You see, even doing a review required an hour, if I have to go through it. But it's good for you to review it. You have to know it all the time, so that you know. It is like the palm of your hand about how your mind works, how your mind divert into it, attract it shouldn't be diverting. How are these mental afflictions come up? You got to know your parliament, the parliament of your mind. You got to know your opposition party. You got to know your government, your power in government. You got to know all those portfolios in the parliament, in the British Parliament. You got to know your backbenchers. You got to know your, I don't know. There's so many political. A parliament is just. It's just your mind. Every mind is a parliament. In students of meditation, or people who learn meditations, they attach a lot of importance to the appearance, the form. They usually ask the questions, how do I cross my leg? Is it my right leg on my lap or left leg on my right? When should I meditate? For how long? Should I kind of meditate at home? What clothes should I wear? Can I meditate after eating? They all ask all kinds of this kind of superficial questions. They're important. I'm not saying they're not important. And but when we talk about the 3 adjustments in doing meditation, adjustment of the body, adjustment of the breath, and adjustment of the mind, because adjustment of the body and breath is always in the beginning. We always put a lot of time, emphasis on how to do it. The whys of do it, and also a major part of the how and do it, we really haven't touched too much. The more important is adjustment to the mind. So no one can meditate properly without knowing how your mind works. If you don't know how your mind works, how can you meditate? If you don't know how your mind works, how can you adjust your mind? You don't even know how it works. You can't adjust it. You only know how to adjust your mind when you know exactly how it works. So I think I should spend more time in doing that. And if you really want to learn meditation, not just meditation, if you really want to learn about the Buddhist teaching, you really have to review it again and again and again on how the mind works. Because we have been habitually thinking in a pattern that we want. And that pattern has been distorted for many, many lives. And we've been carrying that through without noticing it. Now the Buddhist teaching said, no, that's not the right way. But you have been habitually attached to it. How can you change? Maybe 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 10,000. So let us review it again, because I've been talking for 20 minutes one day and 10 minutes and 15 minutes on another day. Let's do it a little bit more. And remember, you cannot meditate without knowing how your mind works. How can you adjust it? And I'm going to give you some quotations to substantiate what I've just said. Now, I picked something last night from the 10 Bhumi Sutra. It says, the 3 rams, you know what the 3 rams are? The 3 rams, the Kama ram, or the Kama Dhatu, Rupa ram, Arupa ram. Kama being the ram of desire, the world we're living in, and the Rupa ram is the ram higher than us, sentient beings higher than us. Sometimes you call them guardian angels. They're higher than us. They're without desires. They have no sensual desires that we have. But they still have materialism. They still have a body. And that is the Rupa ram. But the highest ram is Arupa ram, without a body. They only have consciousness. The higher you are, the higher your happiness, the higher your standard, your quality of life, we call it. And it says the 3 rams, the whole universe, including heavens, including those 28 heavens, are nothing but the manifestation of the mind. They are nothing but the manifestation of the mind. To those who know their minds, there is not a single inch of soil on earth. In other words, if you know your mind, every inch of the earth you know. You don't have to look for it. There's not a single inch of soil on earth that you don't understand if you know your mind. Now that's in the 10 Bhumi Sutra. When you know your mind, then you know how you think. But the subtlety of the mind is that you have been habitually thinking in a distorted pattern. I just gave an example. The Buddha said sensual relationship between a man and woman is only good in the world of desires. Not good, it's in the world of desires. And once you get rid of that, you're on your way to enlightenment. How can you get rid of that? Because you have been habitually doing that. The subtlety of your mind, you don't understand. You have been doing that, and if you don't do that, then you feel that life is meaningless because you've been used to that. So even though you know your mind, the subtlety of it, you still have to train it. You still have to go through the training process. Knowing your mind is the first step. Meditation to train it, to train your habit, to get rid of your habit is another procedure. The sutra spoken by the 6th patriarch, it says, chapter 1, who would have thought that the essence of the mind is intrinsically pure? Who would know about this? If you talk to an average Joe Blow in the street, your essence of your mind is intrinsically pure. He does not know what you're talking about. What do you mean by my mind is pure? He may think that he understands, but actually he doesn't. Who would have thought that the essence of the mind is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilation, becoming or living, becoming or rising? Who would have thought that the essence of the mind is intrinsically omnipotent, self-sufficient? Everywhere is self-sufficient. It understands everything. It's omnipresence. It has all the knowledge. Who would have thought that the essence of the mind is intrinsically free from change? This is a world of changeability, but the essence of the mind is free from change. is in, if we can call that quote and unquote eternity, is in eternity. For him who does not know his own mind, learning Buddhism does not enlighten him. So if you don't know your own mind, you keep on learning and prostration and burning your incense, offering your flowers, it does not help that much. You only blindly follow a faith without investigation, without researches, without understanding it. So if you do not know how your own mind works, there's no use learning Buddhism. Because when you learn Buddhism, you know what is in an average person's mind? How do I get blessings? If I learn Buddhism, how does it benefit my body, my health? How does it help me to be more successful, to gain more money, to get a good job, to get a good family? You're always thinking about, I want this, getting more, 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 more. That's usually what an average person thinks. There's a Korean monk, he has a very good saying, and I would like to quote it out. Korean Pu Zhao 禅师，他有这个唯心学 The Secrets of the Mind. That's a very old book. There's no English translation. I'm planning to translate it, but I haven't got time to translate it now. It's The Secrets of the Mind. When you know your own mind, you would spontaneously understand the vast and subtle meaning of all the dharmas. You do not have to look for them. When you know your own mind, there's not a single inch on earth that you don't understand. So that's knowing that we have to know our own mind. Then you may ask the question, if I know my own mind, do I have enlightenment? Do I become a Buddha? Knowing your own mind is the first preliminary, initial step. The second step is to train your mind based on what you know. And that's what we call what? Meditation. So knowing it is not enough. The librarian reading every day in the library would have been a Buddha if knowing is enough. He knows all the words, he knows all the books. He could have memorized all the books, but he hasn't trained himself to follow what he knows. You've been learning Buddhism for how many years? Somebody said something, you don't like it, you dislike, all your dislike comes up, all your disgruntled comes up, all your egoistic feeling comes up, because you know, but you haven't practiced it. I've seen a lot of Buddhists like that. They've been Buddhists for many years. But when somebody talks to them, they don't like it, they have disgruntled. Oh, that Mr. A talked to me like that. I don't like it. Look at that guy. That guy it doesn't look good. You know, he's been learning. He knows, but he hasn't practiced it. His egoistic feeling is still there. He could have been a scholar. He was a scholar of Buddhism, but he is not a practitioner. There's a difference. Why do we have mental afflictions? Because we habitually attach to external objects. Habitually. Remember that word, habitually. Habitually doesn't mean this life. For many, many lives. Boys, male, have been habitually attached to relationships of female and female to male. They can't change. In this world, they can't change. They're attached to external objects. And external objects means what? People, situations, nature, everything, external objects, all external objects. Then later we'll have to analyze how many external objects are there. Now usually when our sensory organs, let's do a review. Our sensory organs, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, a short, brief review, interact with objects, people and situations, everything. Eyes interact to matter, ears to sound, nose to smell, tongue to taste, body to touch, and mind to dharma. What does dharma mean? Mind to everything. Dharma means everything. Whatever, even including malice, sound, smell, taste, touch, everything. Including everything. The mind interact with everything. When this interaction comes, what happened? What is interaction? This interaction is nothing but what? Net networking. You know networking? Everyone is networking with everybody. You're networking with me, you're networking with the neighbor, you're networking with your family members, you're networking with the whole world. There's not one single object in this world that you are not networking. Whether it's active or inactive, that's another thing. Because of this networking, computer science developed. This interaction. So what you think affects everybody. In Germany, when Hitler was in his early age, every book that he read, every sentence, had a networking with the future concentration camp. With everything. That's just a simple example. All right, then when this interaction happened, this networking happened, there's a consciousness being created. Your consciousness being created. And how many of these consciousnesses are there? And we always say we have 8 consciousnesses. Eyes, a consciousness, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Mind, sometimes we use the word mano, which is the Sanskrit word, mano consciousness. We have 6 in here, right? What is the other 2? There's one egoistic consciousness, which is the manas consciousness. There's also the storage, the banking consciousness, which is alaya consciousness. Now these consciousnesses will disintegrate when your body dies. But the manas consciousness, when your body dies, will shrink into the alaya consciousness, and the alaya consciousness never dies. It just keeps on changing forms. So these consciousnesses depends on your sensory organs, right? Otherwise they won't come up. Without sensory organs, they're not active. And this consciousness, once it is arise, how does it interact with the objects? Once your consciousness arises, it attaches to them without knowing it. Now this attachment is very subtle. We have to further analyze what kind of attachment that is. What attachment? We habitually, for reincarnations, for many, many incarnations, we attach to them. Now this is something that we know. When we attach, we know, my consciousness is working in the attachment. How many consciousnesses are there? 8. We call it the 8 kings. Or we can say 7 kings and 1 queen. We say the manas consciousness is the queen. And these 6 kings will disintegrate once a person dies. The final alaya consciousness, king, is still there, but changing its form. These kings, they are parliamentary monarchy in the parliament. They have a lot of ministers working for them. Good ministers, bad ministers, neutral ministers. And these ministers are in the parliament of your own mind. Kings must have ministers to help them. And you've got to know all these ministers in your parliament. In the parliament of your mind, you have to know every backbencher, opposition leader, opposition party, and the governments. You know all of them. Even if you know all of them, not enough. Study them. That's how you rule a country. If you learn Buddhism and you know this, you know that you have to understand the whole parliament in order to run your country, in order to achieve the well-being of your people. That's you. Why do we have mental afflictions? Because our consciousness attached to external objects. Attachment is habitual thinking that occupies the mind. During the attachment, concurrent mental functions arise simultaneously to disrupt our inner peace. Mental functions. So these are the ministers. These are the concurrent mental functions are the ministers helping your kings, the 8 kings, to perform, to speak, to carry out all volitional actions. Don't you have to know all these ministers, the mental functions? What are these ministers? Concurrent mental functions, remember? Let's get a fast review of it. We've been talking for quite a while. Omnipresence functions. These are the ministers of omnipresence. Attention, contact, sensation, perception, and volition. These are the working ministers. These ministers, does not matter who is in power. They always have to work. Your attention, your contact, your sensation, perception, volitions, these ministers always have to work. Does not matter whether, who will be in power. The show must go on. There must be someone who roll up the curtain, someone who move things around, the lighting ministers, lighting, sound system for the show. Does not matter who becomes to me the king. And then there are 5 of them. And then there's the object contingent functions, special ministers, setting committees for each ministers of them. Object contingent depends on what project. Desire is purpose of the project. Resolution, your determination, the importance of the project. Mindfulness, how to carry it out. Concentration, how do you assign your staff and concentrate on the project. Intelligence, you have to get all your information together to carry out the committees, to carry out this project. This is specific, contingent upon situations. You have 5 of these ministers in you, in your parliament of your mind. And sometimes these ministers may be lazy. The minister of attention is not working, minister of sensation is not working, then you don't have consciousness. You don't have desires, or when your object contingent functions minister are so weak. These are the lazy people who never want to achieve. Why do I have to study? I just want to enjoy myself. I don't have a purpose in life. I don't have object contingent functions. There are people like that. The object of contingent ministers are so weak that they can't achieve anything in life. They cannot be enlightened. They cannot enlighten others. They cannot even lead a good life. Some people are like that. 5 of these. And there are unwholesome functions, as I said, 26 of them. Unwholesome ministers, these are really bad ministers. They get you into trouble, and we'll go through them later. There are the wholesome functions, the very good, kind, lenient, benevolent ministers who are helping you to carry out good things. I will go through them later. And there are undetermined, 4 uncategorized functions. These are the ministers who don't take sides. For example, we don't know whether they are wholesome or unwholesome. For example, regret. The minister of regret. What kind of examples? You went to a charity and you were so impressed at that time in the party. People have been pledging donations, and you want to help out the poor students, for example, and they say, I want to donate $20,000. And then you went home. Your wife said, you're stupid, 20,000 is enough for a car. How can you donate 20,000? Do you know these organizations? You start to be very regretful. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. I already have pledged that. You've done something good, but you're regretful about it. I don't want to do that. Oh, I'm stupid. Well, why do I have to donate 20,000? What do I care about these people? These could be bad people. You regret. So there's an unwholesome regret. And sometimes there's wholesome regret, You have done something wrong to your friend. You yell at him. You cheated him. You feel so regretful. I want him to forgive me. I want to call him up and express my regretfulness. I'm sorry, John. The other day I shouldn't have said that to you. I really want to apologize. I don't want to do that again. And that's a good regret, a wholesome regret. So these ministers undetermined, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Drowsiness too. Drowsiness too. Sleep, for example, if you sleep for good health, okay. If you oversleep, that's become bad. Drowsiness. If you are so drowsy, that sometimes drowsiness could put you to sleep so that when you wake up, you'll be more vigilant. That's a good drowsiness. In some drowsiness, when you're listening to something, lecturing or talking, you want to feel drowsy. I don't want to listen to. That's unwholesome. So undetermined. Investigation. If you investigate into something good, that becomes wholesome. If you investigate into something bad, it becomes unwholesome. Scrutiny too. So there are 4 of these undetermined, uncategorized functions, that is to say, ministers in your parliament of your mind. Altogether, you have 51 of these ministers in your mind. These are concurrent mental functions. Let's go into the next one. So, what are these unwholesome mental functions? I just want to flash through it without getting into details. Your greediness, unwholesome mental functions, 26 of them. Greediness, anger, ignorance, arrogance, doubt, evil views, disbelief, laziness, indolence, thoughts, wandering, torpor, forgetfulness, distractions, force, understanding, shamelessness, no guilt, hatred, expressed hatred, hidden hatred, vexation, jealousy, harm, parsimony, arrogance, concealment, flattery, and deceiving. Some people may not know what parsimony means. It means you're stingy. You don't want to donate anything. You just want to receive. You don't want to donate. Okay. Now, these are the secondary, medium, root, and primary. These are the primary ones. And all these medium and secondary flow from the root ones. They are so subtle that you sometimes they arise without you knowing them. You feel jealous. You don't even know you're jealous. You keep on being jealous. But you have been habitually jealous. So these, you know them, but when they come out, they occupy you habitually. You don't know. You know it's not right, but you keep on doing it because you've been habitually attached to external objects, and these concurrent mental functions habitually come up. How long has your habit been built up thinking in that way? Millions of years. You think you can change overnight for some habits that you built up millions of years ago? I remember there was a saint who said, your words become your thoughts. That means words precede thoughts. You cannot think without words. That's why when a baby cannot really think properly. He only knows pleasurable, unpleasurable. When it's unpleasurable, he cry. If it's pleasurable, he smile and laugh, you know. There must be some thinking in your mind. How can you think about flower's beauty without knowing the word flower? That's the reason why the mom and dad always teach the baby, mom, dad, good, bad, you know. You have to educate the babies. So words becomes thoughts. You have all the words in your mind, then it becomes thought. Thoughts become what? Actions. Actions including speech. When you have thoughts, you have actions, you have speech. Actions become what? Actions becomes habits. If you do your actions all the time, it becomes habits. Your actions, your speech, your thinking has been what? Arrogance, sensual pleasures, indulgence, inferiority complex, laziness, vexations, jealousy, hatred. These are the habitual tendencies. So So we've been all absorbed with that. So these are the unwholesome mental functions. What are the wholesome mental functions? 11 of them. 26 bad and 11 good. All these, faith, shamefulness, guilt, no greed, no hatred, no ignorance, diligence, joy, equanimity, no indulgence, no harming. How many of these do you have? Do you have no greed? You may think, I'm not greedy. You haven't noticed your greediness because every thought is so subtle. It comes out without you noticing it because you've been habitually thinking that way. You think you have no jealousy? You have no hatred? This is what I like to point out. Words, thoughts, actions, habits becomes what? Habits becomes your personality. Personality or character becomes your destiny. You are what you repeatedly do. You are what you repeatedly think. Change your habits. We know that for every thought that comes up, first of all, the consciousness comes up. You have all these concurrent mental functions helping you to form that. And in meditation, we have to know the arising, the becoming, and the disintegration of every thought. Oh, here's a thought of pleasure. Here's a thought of jealousy. Here's a thought of hatred. So you let it come out. When it come out, habitually you attach them, you let them go. So the first lesson in meditation is not how to cross your leg, how to do that superficially, how to let go. And this letting go is not easy. Because even if you can let go within the half-hour meditation in here in this hall, when you go out, you're not the same anymore. You're still attached to your own old habits. So that's why Aristotle, one of the most famous Greek philosophers, said, we are what we repeatedly do. If you change your habit to be better, you're improving yourself. So excellence is not an act, it's a habit. If you habitually want to change, so starting from today, write on a piece of paper all your bad habits that you realize. Write it on a piece of paper and say, I want this to disappear. I don't want to be lazy. I want to be persistent. I want to be hardworking. I want to build up good relationships. Start to point out your bad personalities. Then you change your destiny. Don't you want to change your destiny or improve it? From today on, I'm selfish in teaching other people. Well, I want to share. I want to share this with all my friends, telling them that, hey, bad habits is bad for you. Changed it. You can be a good teacher. But don't mix egoistic feeling in your teaching. I'm better, I know more. I'm your big brother. Eliminate that. That's a subtlety in your arrogance. You may not know about it. I've done a review of what the mind is all about. Knowing your mind is the first step. And actually, this is a summary of Vijnana Matrata. This is something that you should, we used to memorize this so that we know who they are. Know your parliament. Know the parliament of your own mind. Every backbencher, in the British Parliament, they have backbenchers. Know every opposition party, every government member, and carry out these parliamentary functions in the most efficient and wholesome ways in your mind. Now, these are the concurrent mental functions. Omnipresent mental functions. Do you know any of these? Attention. The mind must be awakened and aroused, concerned for the object in order to create consciousness. If the minister of attention is not working, then you don't have the consciousness. Contact. Your sensory organs must be in contact with the external object. Sensation, you must realize a sensation feeling, pleasurable and unpleasurable. Perception, a process of taking an image of the object and associate it with words. If you don't have words, you don't have thinking. You look at a flower, you don't know this is flower. You can think about the flower is red or green. You don't even know what it is. Volition comprises of valuation for decision making and initiation of action expressed in bodily deeds and thoughts. So that's the omnipresent functions. Object contingent functions is specific. Desire, when one sees an object for which it holds interest and concern and hopes to attain it or to see, hear, or perceive it, it could be wholesome or unwholesome. The desire could be wholesome or unwholesome. In your mind, you said, oh, I have been studying the Buddha's teaching and I find it to be absolutely important for my life. I have a desire to know more about it. Then your contingent desire mental functions is working. I desire to know more about it. In your company, you say, this is my job. I'm working for my boss. This is the company. I desire to do a good job. So that's the reason why North American positive thinkers say, whatever the mind desires, the mind can do. Because your parliament, your minister of desire is so strong. At the same time, if you have the wrong desire, it leads you astray. It leads you into jail. I desire to be rich in the fastest way. I break in house. I steal treasures. You know, what kind of desires? Resolve, it is a devotion that acknowledges the object and wants to achieve what one wants, what you want. This is resolve. You determine. Mindfulness, perceive the previously cognized object such that it is not forgotten. That means you always remember that you want to do it. Put it in your agenda. You always remind yourself to do it. Concentration, you concentrate on what you're doing. If you watch a game, whatever game, athletic games, any kind of game, who would win? Concentration is very important. Sometimes the champion is the most aggressive, the most active, but this challenger is very concentrated. He's not bragging, he's always concentrating himself. He has a higher possibility to win. Concentration, resolve and concentration. Intelligence, the intelligence to achieve the desires. So these are the object contingent functions. So unwholesome functions, 26, wholesome functions, 11. Altogether you have 51 of these. 51 plus the 8 consciousnesses. So we have 59 of them. And then we say objects. What kind of objects do we have? Remember we categorize. How many objects we have? Billions, unlimited. How many objects I see in here? Here, listen, unlimited. Why is it unlimited? We can't even give a number to the kind of objects that we networking with. If somebody asks yourself, what are you networking? You are networking with unlimited objects. What is time? All objects of the past, present, and future. You're networking with the past. What is your past? Millions of past. Your present and your future. That's time. Space, everything your six senses come into contact with. So how can you say how many objects that you interact with? Every interaction produces every concurrent mental functions. The Buddha only gives you 51 because how can the Buddha tell you billions? There's not enough words to include them. So the Buddha's teaching only gives you a generalized so that you can understand. How many ministers are there in the parliament of your mind? Billions, unlimited. Not just 51. Don't attach to number. Numbers just give you a point of reference. The unlimited time, unlimited space, therefore unlimited objects of attentions. But the Buddha categorized them for us. What are these external objects to which we have habitual attachment in our mind? Objects as they are. Objects that we see, objects that our perception interact with, objects that are created by thoughts in our mind. When you sleep, when you close, when all your senses, outside senses are not working, you think about something. You think about your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your mom, your dad, and think about past. It's all in the mind. Those are the objects of the mind that you create. Those are the most active, the most subtle. And thoughts that are a combination of the one and two. They have a little bit of raw experience and a little bit of illusions in it. For example, at nighttime, there was someone walking by under the street lamplight, and you think, that's a ghost. But there's a person, the shadow of a person. You think that's a ghost. That ghost feeling, because that ghost, the shadow of that ghost is projected from a human, which is objects as they are, as a human. And then you think it's a ghost, as an illusion. So that's an illusion. So it's a combination of objects as they are, object created by your thought, ghost. So it's a combination of one and two. All these objects include everything. You see, in the Buddha's teaching, the Buddha was very scientific. He couldn't tell you everything, he just summarized it for you. That includes all the objects. If you have any that I would like to include on, tell me. There's no others. These are objects of the mind, objects of the combination of mind and actuality that combines past, present, and future. Now, given that, you really have to remember, then you know when you attach what happened to yourself inside your mind. Free it. Emancipate all these. Let go of all these. It's extremely difficult. That's why we're meditating. If you can be free from the bondage of all these, you are the Buddha. When you are the Buddha, no more suffering, no more reincarnations, no more mental afflictions. You are in a state what we call nirvana. And how do you feel? People, how do you feel when you are in that? I don't know, I haven't been there, don't ask me. But I know the feeling is you're without all these, without sufferings. And some people may not value it. I don't care about this right now. What I want to do, I want to get married next month, and I'm going to have a good job. I'm going to have this, I'm going to have that. I don't want to care any others. You have been habitually thinking about that. I won't blame you. You have been habitually thinking about that. Letting go is not easy. We understand that we should let go, let what comes in goes out. Don't let externalities affect our emotions. We conceptualize external objects and we emotionalize it. We know it's not right. We know, but we cannot let go. But we have to learn how to let go. And basically we cannot let go because our senses habitually attached to external objects, arousing concurrent mental functions. It's not just your senses attached to external objects. At the same time, simultaneously, spontaneously, mental functions come up, like anxiety, hatred, greediness, jealousy. All these things come up at the same time and helping you to attach to things, attached to externalities. It's easy to say, we should let go, but it's extremely difficult when you are in that situation. You may forget about it. You may be so habitually thinking in that way that you cannot turn back. You have to continue to be angry, continue to have hatred, to have jealousy. So it's a learning process. Letting go is not just talking about it and knowing it in words. I know the words letting go, but you really have to train yourself constantly to let go. Okay. Now, when we cannot let go, because what? Because our senses interact with externalities, and at the same time, consciousness and attachments will come up. Now, this we already know, but we just want to give you some examples. Eyes interact with matter, and then there's the vision consciousness, for example, seeing an attractive object arousing sensual desires. When you look at Google's or on the internet or YouTube or Yuko or whatever, when you have all these attractive objects, you attach to it. You cannot let go of it. You continue and continue and continue. You want to go to you go into the casino. You want to bet on it. You know it's not right, but you will continue and continue. It's just like drinking. You know drinking too much is no good, but you will continue. You can't let go. Ears interact with sound, audition consciousness. For example, being insulted by dirty words, arousing your anger. Nose interact with smell, giving rise to olfaction consciousness. For example, attaching to frequent smell, arising various desires. Or attaching to unwholesome, bad smell, arousing your anger. Because your neighboring meditators, for example, produce very bad odor or whatever, and you don't like it, you dislike it. Okay. Tongue interact with taste, and then have the taste consciousness. For example, indulging in meat eating, leading to animal slaughtering. You like to taste the flesh of domesticated animals, chickens, ducks, goats, lambs, cows, pigs. You want to eat those. Fish, lobsters, crabs, because you attach to the taste. You indulge in eating them because you've been habitually eating them. Body interact with externalities, with touch, whatever you touch, and producing tactility consciousness, attaching to material luxuries, arousing greediness. Here, body attaching to externalities of touch does not mean that just this touch. A touch of a cold or warm or soft or hot. It's the body also interact with all luxuries and they attach to luxuries. Your body wants to drive a good car, your body wants to live in a mansion, your body wants to enjoy good things, attaching. Mind interact with thoughts because you create visions. You create all the time. You create images in your mind when you go to past memories. Images in your mind when you predict futures. So it's a self-created thinking object in your mind. That's the most ferocious. That's the most powerful. Not just the realities that you look at. You also create all these realities, illusionary realities in your mind all the time, not just one time. So this ears, eyes, nose, tongue, body are the easiest to deal with. The most difficult to deal with is just the mind, because it can interact with things that you thought about many years ago. It can interact with things that you didn't see before. You just dream in your mind, illusions. So, for example, attaching to past memories arousing resentment or regret, for example. So these are the habitual attachment, and this because we couldn't let go. All right, now, with this review that we already have talked about, that we always have to repeat because we always make the same mistakes. Now, let's do how to meditate. Now, when we talk about how to meditate, it's easier to talk about adjustment of the body, adjustment of the breath, how do you cross your leg, half lotus position, full lotus position, how to breathe. That's the easy part. The most difficult part is the mind, adjustment of the mind. That's the difficult part. From the perspective of mind adjustment, we have to remember two steps. We have to remember that we have to do what? Focus the breath. That helps the mind too, to concentrate, right? We have to know, we have to do what? Letting go. Two things. Always remember these two things. Focus, breath, let go. When you're meditating, always remember, focus, breath, let go. Focus on your own breath. Anapanasati, right? Anapanasati, in and out breath. But how to do it though? What do we mean by that? Focus breath and letting go. How do you focus the breath? What's the meaning? Why focus the breath? What's the meaning of focus the breath? We always say, we meditate here and now. Focus on the here and the now. It's the present moment. That's your present moment awareness. Your breath is the most present. Nothing is more present than your breath, right? Is your breath in the past? Is your breath in the future? So what's the meaning of present moment awareness? That's the focus on the breath. It does not mean that, oh, I have to realize what I'm doing now. What I'm doing now, I have to realize it. No. Present moment awareness is to focus on the breath. And what is letting go? No perpetuation of habitual attachment. Why do we must have this too? Because even though you focus on your breath, you have something to work on. You work on your breath. But you're always disturbed. The honking of a car outside, put. Then you can't focus anymore. Then you have to let go of that. It comes into your ears. The sound, externality is the sound. Your ear attached to it, creating sound, listening consciousness. And you hate it. And you don't like it. You dislike it. You give a commentary to it. Your internal commentators say, that's no good. Dislike, like, dislike. So letting go is let go that dislike and like. It comes in. You cannot stop it from coming in, can you? Can you stop that car honking, the sound from coming into you? No. So no perpetuation of habitual attachment. That's the meaning of letting go. So always remember this. Focus breath, let go. Why do I have to focus breath? Because that's my present moment awareness. Why do I have to let go? Because I have to break my chain of perpetual habitual attachment. And then you ask the question. Another question comes up. Why the breath? Can I do my belly button? Can I do a candle flame? Can I do a pond of water? Why the breath? Why? Why breath? Why did the Buddha say breath anapanasati? Your breath is the most present moment, as I said. And why the breath? It follows you wherever you go and as long as you live. Your breath follows you wherever you go. So wherever you go, you always have that object of meditation. Isn't it convenient? Do you have to bring the candle flame for meditation? Do you have to bring a bowl of water? It follows you wherever you go. That's the best. Buddha picked for you the best object to focus on. And as long as you live, when you die, your breath don't have it anymore. Third, easy to remember and control. You cannot forget about your breath. How can you forget your breath? You may not notice your breath, but you cannot forget your breath. You always remember your breath. And you can also control it. You can stop it for a little while and continue. So actually, your breath spontaneously working in you and you have control. So third, it is the most akin to you as a focus object. It's the most related to you. It has a keen, the closest. A keen means very close, very related relationship, very close relationship. It's like your son, your daughter, your mom. It's very close to you. So why don't you use your breath and you want to use a candle flame? Well, you can use a candle flame. It will be more difficult. Use whatever is akin to you. That's the reason why you can also use your belly button. You can also use all the chakras that you have. According to the Kundalini system of meditation, of yoga, you can use all these different chakras in you because it's akin to you. But you still focus on your breath and you're using your chakras because you breathe from the chakras. When you focus on your breath, finally, it's not just on this breath. Every pore of your skin is breathing. The breath permeates into every inch of the body. So finally, it's the breath in and out, not from here. This is one of the many ways. It's from every part of the body. So why do we let go? Why do we have to let go? Letting go breaks the habitual continuation of thoughts. The breath deals with the present. The past and future must be dealt with by letting go. You let go of the past or the future, because your breath only deals with the present situation, not the past. Your breath is not in the past. Your breath is not in the future. The only thing to deal with the past and the future is letting go of it. It also helps to halt the egoistic self-thinking pattern that is causing suffering. When you're letting go, you don't have a self. No more manas consciousness. You don't have a self anymore. So that's the reason that's how we meditate. So you remember, focus on the breath and let go. Whenever you meditate, you know that, the Buddha said, focus, breath, letting go. If you cannot do these two things in your mental mind adjustments, you're not meditating. It's easy for body adjustments. It's easy for breath. But for the mind, the breath is related to the mind, the mental adjustment too. Actually, all three are related. Adjustment to body, breath, and mind, they're all related. How can you distinctly talk about them? It's all related. It's all networking. Nothing is not related. But for the convenience of explanations, we want to break it into parts, into distinct items to talk about. So everybody understand this letting go concept? Focus on breath and letting go? If you read books, you read many books, you come up to the same conclusion. Now I'm concluding all these for you in here. Based on this, and let's step back and look at everything together. Let's step back and look at everything together. Now this guy is anapanasatiing. Anapanasati, in and out breath. Anapanasati, he's doing that. What did he do? He's having a body adjustment in here. See how this body adjustment, he is also having this breath adjustment. And at the same time, what is he doing? Eyes no more matter. Eyes no more matter. Ears still listen, sound still comes in, smell still comes in, taste still comes in, touch still comes in. As a matter of fact, matter sometimes comes in if you open your eyes. You're meditating and you open your eyes to see, what time is it now? You look at the clock, your eyes interact with externalities. And then what we want to do is eliminate this. No more, it's blank, void your attachment to matter. Void your attachment to sound. No more of that. Because you let it go, right? Are you letting it go? Let go, let go, let go. It's no more. And then you say, smell. We want to avoid that. We'll let go of that. Taste. We'll let go of that. All this, we let go, right? We let go of all these. No more. No more matter, no more sound, no more smell, no more taste. You have to let go of, I have a breath here. You still have to let go of that breath. You have it, but you still have to let go of it. And how about thoughts? No inner commentator when I have thought. What comes in goes out. What comes in goes out. You don't put an opinion on honking of the car. You don't put an opinion on smelling of the laboring meditators, sweating and cologne and perfume. And, you have no commentation. You don't want to have. Your internal commentator keeps silent. You're silent. You keep it silent. No more distorted information about yourself. Break habitual continuation of thought of the past and future. Attention only on the present breath. That's what the mind is doing. No habitual continuation of thinking about the past, about the future. No, nothing like that. And then what happened to this manas, the seven consciousness, yourself? Because of doing all these, you let go. Where's yourself? You already let go of it. Who is the one who let go? All of a sudden, this networking on you of that self is gone. No more self. When you wake up, you still have a big self, big ego. But when you are doing this, you don't have an ego. Your ego gradually disappears. That ego creates all kinds of sufferings. That ego diminishes. Only the breath exists. Only the breath exists. Focus on the breath. Okay, so now you know how to meditate. All this package is complete to you. Why are you still looking in the internet for more information on meditation? Why are you still looking? You got it. Why do you still want to read so many of the books? Why do you still attach to gurus, teachers, words? Why are you still attaching? You got enough. You already get the recipe. What you have to do is really have to roll up your sleeves and start to wash your vegetables, wash the potatoes, and start to ignite your gas and start to cook. You collect all your recipes on the table and you're not doing it. Start to do it. Don't look for any more recipes. All right, giving that information, we say, okay then, after meditating, following these methods, really work on your breath, letting go, focus breath, letting go, where would I go? How do I feel? What would I go to heaven? Would I go to, well, how would I feel about it? What's the result? So how do we start? We start with karma, right? We're in karma. Karma is world with desires. We're living in here. There are sentient beings who live in here. There are beings who live in here. We are very low level. We are at very low level. Animals, ghosts, all kinds, they are in here because they have desires, sensual desires. So when you practice this, then you say, okay, if we do meditation right, letting go and focus, what we can achieve at Kama Dhatu Samadhi, deep concentration, we can arrive in here. And as you go on and on and on, you arrive at Anagamya Samadhi. That is, the Samadhi neighboring on this Rupa Dhatu. So in other words, the highest we can achieve is Anagamya Samadhi. How many people already have attained Kama Dhatu Samadhi? How many people go a higher level already attain Anagamya Samadhi? Maybe 1 in a million? Very, very few people. Well, I don't know. There may be other people who already have achieved that. And even if you have achieved that, you can be polluted if you don't practice it. So in other words, today I have 1 hour of achieving this samadhi. I feel excellent. I feel pleasurable. I feel joyful. I have rapture of joy. And then you go on holidays to Turkey, Moscow, New York, You lost all of it. You pollute it. Once you got it, it does not mean that it will stay with you all the time. If you kill, if you lie, if you do all kinds of unwholesome deeds, or if you don't meditate anymore, you lose it. It's not something that you have and you forever have it, because that is not experiences from deep within. You have to go to cultivation, bhavana, and you have to go to complete elimination. What the Buddha has, that's permanent, that's forever. Once you got this samadhi, for example, you're in the limelight of television. We want to give you an interview because you are a saint. So you went to this interview, you went to the studio, and you shoot everything and show on the TV. Oh, this guy has achieved samadhi. Well, yes, I have. I have the ability to predict. I have the ability to see your previous life. And then your ego starts to build up, to build up, to build up. And people go to you, oh, mister, you already have achieved this. And can you help me? Yeah, I can help you. And how much you going to pay? $10,000 each time? Then you lose everything. You're just putting on a show. So that you really have to continuously practice to maintain what you've got. You can easily pollute it. Okay, then you go in the next level now. Okay? So if you continue, you go to the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, and fourth jhana. That is in a higher level meditation, much higher level. All these, if you don't continue to practice, you will lose them. So it does not mean that you're a saint forever. If you classify, quote unquote, as a saint because you attained this, but if you don't practice it, if you don't have cultivation, you don't have complete elimination, then you still lose it. So you have to keep on doing it. And then you keep on going up, see the arrow's pointing up, you go on practicing and practicing, then you have infinite space jhana, infinite consciousness jhana, no nothingness jhana, neither perception nor non-perception jhana. Now when you're at this level, the samadhi is more than the wisdom. The Buddha was at this level, and at this level, he attained nirodha, attained this nirodha samadhi, and got out of reincarnation. The Buddha at this level, then to get out from all these. Of course, the joy that you have at this level is immeasurable. This is even higher joy. Everyone at this level has a higher joy. So in other words, all those really experienced meditators, those high-level monks, the way they perceive things are different from us because they are at a very higher level. And some of these monks, they achieved very high level, and he got sick. He still got sick. His body still got sick. You think he's suffering, but he's not. Only his body appears to be suffering, but he is not suffering. He has a very high level inside. For example, Ajahn Chah, he was sick for a number of years, 15 years, 20 years, but inside is all joy, all enlightenment. The body suffers, but not him. His own body suffers, but not him. Okay, given that, then you know where you go, right? Now you know where you go. You know, focus your breath, you know, letting go, you know all these different steps that you have. And once you attain those steps, it does not mean that you get it forever. You still have to continue practicing until finally you have a complete elimination of mental afflictions, complete cultivation. And then let's touch on something that meditators are very interested in knowing. These are the results. These are the effects. But what happened? How do I feel when I'm meditating? Do you have to know, how do I feel? If I feel this, what does it mean? If I feel joyful, what does it mean? If I feel that I have a tingling of of feelings in my head. On the right-hand side, how does it feel? You have different feelings all the time, right? Generally, there's a certain feelings. The feelings are like this. The 5 mental factors of the jhanas. You have directed thought, evaluation or inquiry, stillness of the mind, rapture of joy, and then you also have rapture, and then you also have joy. These are the different feelings when you're meditating. Directed thought. Directed thought is you have an object. It means that you keep directing your thoughts to the breath. If I give an example of, if I hit the bell, dong. A directed thought is when you first listen to that sound, initial vibration of that sound. If I give an example of a bird flying, the bird before it flies, it just raises itself and stretch out its wings. It hasn't fly yet. Directed thought is to stretch out its wings. So we'll continue next time. So these are the 5 mental factors, the 5 feelings. And there's, of course, other feelings too. For example, in the rapture of joy, there is minor rapture, there is monetary rapture, there is rapid rush, there is continuous flow of rapture, there is all-pervading or permeating rapture. All these are sensations. Your body are very sensational. Your body start to move. Your every pore of the skin started to tingle. Every pore of the skin have complete vibrations. It's like wonders. Your body works out wonders when you're meditating. So this session, I gave you a lot of information. Can you remember all those? Focus on the breath and letting go. And then you know these are the causes. The effect is you have the 8 jhanas, the 4th and the 4th. When you are in Dhammadhatu, you don't even call yourself jhana yet. You just call yourself samadhi. You just call yourself Kamadhatu samadhi and Anagamya samadhi. You're not even first jhana. If you're really into meditation, you don't want to give it up. By the time you feel that I don't have enough time to do it, I want more time to do it, you are on your way to success. Because you need more time. I meditate for 1 hour, it's not enough for me. I want to do it for 2 hours, it's not enough for me. I've been struggling and got time to do what I want to do. Then you are on your way. Because it starts to be extremely interesting. Because you're looking at your own script of life when you're doing meditation. You are looking at yourself. You'll be very interested in looking at yourself. Every inch of yourself. Every thought of yourself. It starts to be like the movie that nowhere else can you see it. Usually in meditation, people are looking for the hows of meditation, how to sit, how to cross their leg, where, when to meditate, what should they watch out for meditation. That's usually the adjustments to the body and the breath. But we've been talking about adjustment to the mind a lot. We've been dealing with adjustment to the mind more and more and deeper into it. We even go into what psychologists usually use the term subliminal perception. What is subliminal perception? Subliminal perception? Usually we are conscious of what we're talking about. Subliminal perception is something that is below the threshold of consciousness. You may not even aware and realize that it comes up. Something, there could be external stimuli that agitate you, and you feel that way, and you don't even know why you feel that way. Subliminal perception. Meditation is to deal with mental afflictions. And of course, if we start from the beginning of the lecture, then especially if this is New Year, we always say, oh, are we happy? 2016, we have resolutions for making us more happy. We want to lead a happy life. We haven't been too happy, and sometimes we're happy and we are sad, but how to build up a happy life for 2016 and in the future. You have to know what happiness is. If your happiness is just looking for material acquisition, if your happiness is habitual attachments, those things won't make you happy. You have to let go of your habitual thoughts so that you become happy. So why do we have mental afflictions? Why do we have depression, anxiety, sadness, mental afflictions, jealousy, hatred, anxiety, worries, painful memories, and the crude ones, the crude mental afflictions, we may realize it. Particularly if you've been to a temple or learning some of the Buddhist teaching, then you know, well, why do I become unhappy? You know you are unhappy. Why do I become depressed? Why do I have this depressive attitude? Why do I have inferiority complex? Why do I get agitated so easily? Why do I always have to feel that I'm lack of many things? I'm not good enough in this. You always find I'm not good enough in this and that, and you don't attach too much value to your life. Why do I have these mental afflictions? Some of them you may be aware. You still can solve it. You may be aware. And some of them you're not even aware of it. The crude ones you're aware. The subliminal ones you don't aware. As I said this morning, the subliminal ones are those garbage that you have a lid to cover. They're all been covered with lid that you don't know. And once you do more spiritual investigations and spiritual analysis, then you have the power, you have the ability to open up those garbage lids. You open them up and you see these garbages, which subliminally you don't realize. So those are the mental afflictions. And mental afflictions are not just sadness. In terms of purity, mental afflictions are those times when you feel pleasurable, when you feel quote unquote happy. Of course, we still have to define what happiness is. You're quote unquote happy. Some people define happiness as sensations, satisfaction of your senses. When I see an attractive object or person arousing sensuous desire, I feel happy about it, I pursue it, I fulfill it. And when you hear something that is insulting to you, your anger arises. And when you smell some good fragrance, then you feel joyful, pleasurable. And when your tongue is tasting a hamburger, a steak, sirloin steak, pork chop, or lobsters, you didn't know that you've been slaughtering animals, supporting slaughtering animals for food. You just taste the flesh and blood. You feel like it, and you feel that's pleasurable. So different people have different definition of happiness, and of course we have to investigate more into it. But right now, we're talking about meditation. Why do we have mental afflictions? Why do these mental afflictions come up? Because we cannot let go. Our senses habitually attach to external objects arousing concurrent mental functions. These concurrent mental functions, as we said, 26 of them are bad, unwholesome, and only 11 are good ones. There's more than double of the bad ones and than the wholesome ones. And we want to get rid of these mental afflictions. How to meditate? Put it very, very simply. 2 things. Present moment awareness. No perpetuation of habitual attachment. Present moment awareness. You have to be mindful of your present moment. Your present moment, you have to be mindful of your thought. You live in the present moment. And why do you have to live in the present moment? Because you don't want to go back to past memories. Abusive past, happy past, they're all gone. And you don't want to overwhelm yourself with those past. And you don't want to worry about the future. So your present moment, you want to stay calm and tranquil and peaceful. So present moment awareness. Present moment awareness is a high sounding, seems to be a psychological, spiritual term. How do we say it? It would say, okay, meditation is present moment awareness. What do you mean by that? Do I say, okay, I'm meditating, I'm present moment awareness, I'm aware of everything? I want to be specific and concrete. How do you realize your present moment awareness? You focus your breath. We use the breath. There's nothing more present than the breath. You focus on your breath. The most important vitality process is your breath. You make use of this method to realize your present moment awareness. You direct your focus on the breath so that you don't think about the past, the future. You don't think about anything else except to focus on the breath. And then no perpetuation of attachment. That means what? Letting go. You don't want a perpetuation. You have to break your perpetual attachment. You let it go. Now that's just a review. 2 things. Focus on your breath and let go of your habitual attachment. It's easy to talk about. A 5-year-old can talk about this. But a 100 years old cannot achieve this. And we've been talking about the different stages of meditation, and this is just a little review. So we start from Kamadhatu Samadhi to Anagamya Samadhi, at level 1, 2, 3, and jhana and all up. And we know that we have different stages in meditation. And this is the lower stages that right now, I think, I'm not 100% sure because I don't know enough, we are maybe below this. We don't even have samadhi. We don't even have achieved samadhi. Most people haven't even achieved samadhi. Achieving samadhi is not enough. Achieving samadhi is you can focus. You have your present moment awareness, and you don't have any perpetuation of thought. You can focus. You don't think about the past. You don't worry about the future. You can focus, but that's not enough. You need vipassana. You need wisdom. So in other words, even if you achieve in here, which is a very high level of meditation, and not only are the Buddhists have the ability in the meditation to achieve these, all other religions can achieve this too. Even people who don't have a religion, who don't believe in a religion, they can also achieve samadhi. That's what we call, in some of those, if you Google into information, Kundalini awakening, Kundalini perception. They always meditate on chakras. Those are aiming at samadhi, not vipassana. Because you could be doing Kundalini meditation, and yet you still haven't got rid of your greediness, your hatred, your anger, your jealousy, your anxiety. You haven't got rid of all those. You're still egoistic. You're still protecting your self-interest in every situation. You don't know about it. You only have samadhi. That's the first thing to learn, samadhi. If you don't even have samadhi, then you don't have present moment awareness. You don't have You can't break the perpetuation of thought. You can't go anywhere. You don't even have samadhi. But you must know the Buddhist teaching, the vipassana, in order to get deeper. Vipassana, to give you an example, is, say, prajna. What is prajna? The recognition of sunyata, the recognition of causation, the recognition of suffering, the recognition of asvabhava. There's no self in everything. Everything is fleeting. Everything is causation. There's no real identity. There's no real reality in it. Everything comes fictitiously. You must know that. Otherwise, if you only have samadhi and you don't have vipassana, in the process of getting up to the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana, you may encounter a lot of subliminal problems. So in other words, when we say, when your friends who've been meditating and say, hey, John or Jeanette, go for meditation, it's very peaceful, it's very relaxing, it's like a yoga, it increases your health, it increases your awareness, it broadens up your wisdom. What's the problem in saying that? You're learning meditation for the sake of, I want this, I want that, I want wisdom, I want consciousness, I want, everything is acquisition. Everything is you want that. You fall again into the trap. The reason why you come for meditation is I want to be clear, I want to have a clear mind, I want to be able to solve problems. You are increasing your ego again. You have to get rid of your wants in order to have the real, I don't know what to call it, in order to have anuttara samya sambuddhi. So most people stay in this level. And because they stay in this level and they didn't have a chance, or they didn't want to, or they don't have any causation to get into the Buddhist teaching, to know prajna, that they stay here all the time. When you stay here all the time and do meditation, it's dangerous. You don't know it's quite dangerous for you to do meditation. You could go insane. You could be crazy. If you're caught into what they call Kundalini awakening, you could all of a sudden feel that you are depressed. You want to commit suicide. I'm scaring you now. Because why? You open all your garbage bins because of samadhi, and you can smell all these things. You don't know how to get rid of them. Because previously you were able to concentrate, to focus, so that you have present value awareness, then you somehow, in that particular moment when you're meditating, you break off your perpetuation of habitual thought. But it hasn't, you haven't really completely broken the chain of perpetuation. The Buddha's teaching is to get in there to help you further, to break that chain in addition to samadhi. And that's what we call vipassana. You really have to have the wisdom to know that when you're meditating, if you feel depressed, if you feel those million years of garbage accumulating and you feel it, you know that it's fictitious. It's not real. That is not real. My depression is not real. My greediness is not real. It's all causation together. It's easy to talk about it, but when you do it, it's easy to talk, but it's not easy to enlighten it. Knowing the words do not count at all. You read millions of books of Buddhism, but you haven't really you haven't really gotten into reality of it. You haven't really experienced it. We have people who have a golden tongue to talk about various things, very eloquent. He can articulate, he talk about many things. He's not enlightened. He's only a good talker. He got them from books and tapes and videos. If you go to a higher level, some people never get here, so they don't really have to worry. You don't have to worry today. You don't have to worry because you haven't really got into samadhi. But I'm telling you, when you get deeper and deeper and deeper into it, all of a sudden you may feel that when you get into a trance, a deep meditation, you'll feel you're totally depressed. You're totally feared. You're totally angry. You know what you do at that time? Then if you know the Diamond Sutra, then you know everything is unreal. Even that, you have to let go of it. The body, everything you have to let go. Then you focus back on your breath. Don't let it carry you away. Don't let your subliminal perception, your subliminal garbage carry you away. Yeah, that garbage bin, you open the lid, you smell it, but all that is sunyata. Don't let that affect you. Clear it up. How to clear it up? Get back to samadhi. So it's a combination of samadhi and vipassana. Wisdom and focus, not just wisdom. If in meditation you just want to increase your health, increase your happiness because you want to be more happy, you're not at it. You're still looking for happiness. And how do you define your happiness? I feel great. I have a good job. I have $10 billion, a nice house. I have everything. Your happiness is defined in materiality. There's no such thing as happiness. Happiness is only compared to sadness. It's duality. If you still look for happiness, you won't be happy. You still have happiness to look for. Even the happiness has to go. Let go of even the happiness. Let go of even looking for wisdom. Let go of that. So it's just a word of caution. When you meditate more and more and more and more, you will be entering different realms, different areas that you haven't realized, that you haven't been to before. Don't get panic. They're not real. And if you look at it from another angle, you're much higher in your awareness now because you can smell it. Previously, you couldn't smell it. Previously, how you just interact to emotions, interact to your perceptions, interact to your objects of attention. You just interact. After you interact with it, then you know, oh, I shouldn't be angry, I shouldn't be jealous, and maybe you have to go through a few days. Or maybe you have to go to an emergency hospital and get medication all of a sudden to calm down your craziness. Because your families don't know what to do. All of a sudden after meditation, you go crazy because you feel depressed. Then they rush you to a hospital and give him medication, and the doctor said he's suffering from depression. He has to be medicated. You don't need it. You just have to get rid of it. When you're meditating and meditating and meditating, right now we're looking at the sunny side of meditation. What are the sunny side? The rainy, stormy side of meditation. Don't think that meditation is just sunny. If I have the time to meditate, everything will be so sunny. You know what? How much the Buddha has gone through? The Buddha has gone through 8 years of hardship, of ascetic hardship, troubles and hardships, storms. And later, he enlightened, but still, he is still confronted before dawn, before enlightenment, with a lot of internal devils, lust, millions of years of lust accumulated, millions of years of anger, millions of years of competitive spirit. He still have to fight. Even the Buddha, in the last moment, he had to fight through this storm. And you think that you only meditate and peacefully and you're at it? No. You haven't gone through the stormy weather. You are still standing at the door. You haven't come in. Now let's just consider the sunny side of meditation so that you will be attracted to do meditation. When you're meditating, you have directed thought. That means it means that you keep directing your thoughts to the breath. You're listening to the initial vibration. My example to you is somebody hit the gong, dong. You hear the initial vibration of the gong. It's so pleasurable. It's so joyful. Dong vibration. Directed thought is you just experience initial sound, giving you that example. And then giving you an example of a bird flying, the bird just stretches its wings and starts to fly. He hasn't flied, the bird hasn't fly as yet. So that's the directed thought. So your guru, your teacher tells you, okay, direct your attention to the focus. And you did that. I'm assuming that you are successful in directing your thoughts to the breath. How many people are successful in doing that? Not many. You always wander away. We're assuming that you are 100% focusing on your breath. You may be just 10%, 15%, 20%, but I'm assuming 100% on your breath. You have directed thought. You have directed thought, and then what do? Then there's evaluation. It covers several activities. You can sustain your focus for a long time. Yet at the same time, you evaluate your focus. Oh, do I do it right? Oh, it's good. I've been focusing for half hour. It's good. I feel pleasurable. It's good. I feel peaceful, tranquil. You're evaluating. You have your own evaluating procedure. No, I couldn't do a good meditation now. Oh, I was troubled by my husband yesterday, by my in-laws, by something that comes up. I couldn't do a good meditation. You've been evaluate your meditation. And it also contains pleasure. Breath energy permeates into all parts of the body, increasing awareness. You're increasing your awareness, your perceptibility, your awareness, everything increase. You're at a higher, you may think that you have a transformation, but you haven't got a transformation as yet. You think, I'm transformed, I feel different now. So pleasure, so joyful. That's evaluation. So if you are successful in focusing your breath and letting go, assuming you're successful, you have these two feelings. Have you been successful in those two? Then you have these feelings. These feelings are pleasurable. You feel so joyful. You don't want to leave. You feel you don't want to sell it for $1 million because you're so happy with what you're doing now. The sensation is, I don't want to get up from my seat. I want to meditate for millions of years because I am all wrapped up with joy. Have you got that feeling? If you haven't, you're not even in. You're not even successful in vichara. You're not even successful in viktaka. Assuming you're successful in this too. How many people will be successful? Well, as a layman, maybe 1 out of 1,000,000. Because how can you direct your thought, completely successfully evaluate your breath, focus and pleasurable, if you have a family? If you still have a sexual misconduct, if you still lie, if you still steal, if you still drink intoxication, if you're still, I don't know, if you're still greedy. It's not easy for a layman who has a family to arrive at the ultimate goal of these two. That's the reason why the Mahayana Buddhism says, layman, it's not easy for you in this lifetime to attain enlightenment. Go to Amitabha's Pure Land first. Go there after your death, after you died. And in there, without going back to samsara, without going back to life and death, under the instructions of the Buddha, Amitabha, you will achieve this. That is a skillful way. That is what we call Nian Fo Fa Men. That's what we call the Pure Land sect of meditation. Because you have a wife, you have a husband. If you are young, you are still doing sexual conduct. Sexual conduct is another garbage adding onto the garbage tank. How can you get enlightened? When you look at a lady who is so attractive, you're still attracted to it. And then you pull your attention away, but you still have a thought. That's the reason why as a monk, we always tell the layman that your skillful way, since you have a family, you have quote-unquote your successful career, how successful it is, you are multi-billionaires, you lock up with your meetings, with your time, with your logbook, with your businesses, with your multi-international companies, you lock up with competition with your peers, advertising and all that. How much time you have for meditation? You're so busy with your jobs, so busy with arranging your capital, reinvesting your capital, so busy with tending to your kids, your elders. Every day you have to visit your mom who's in the OH homes. Your dad already passed away, but your mom is still there. You still have to get busy with your children. Some of them are universities, and they've been complaining about many things, and you have to handle family affairs. How can you get to these two? And all of a sudden you may be found sick. Regularly you have to go to the doctor to check up. We all have too many karmic energy that pull us down. You're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. So we say we want to stick to the skillful means. Everybody has to die anyway. When I die, I don't want to get back to this life and death. I want to go to Amitabha's Pure Land. I want to immigrate in there, not going into animal realms, ghost realm, all these. I don't want to be human realm again. I don't want to be billionaires again. There are a lot of problems with billionaires, because when you are billionaires, you add a lot of assets and money to your account, but you also add a lot of mental afflictions to your mental accounts too. I don't know, I can go on these things. And the bell goes. We're going to go for lunch. If you have any further questions you would like to ask, write it down and we'll answer them for you. For first-time comers, if you come for the first time, the Buddhist teaching is not about getting. The Buddha give you blessings. It's about letting go. It's about clearing your bad energy. It's about letting go of your habitual thought and leading a life that is free of mental afflictions. When you are free of mental afflictions, you are happy. You don't have to look for them. When you get rid of the garbage, you're free from garbage, but you've been accumulating them. You don't have to get more garbage. You get more money, you get all this money into the garbage. You get all the money, if we give it an example, temporarily, worldly, you get all the money, you get all this material, food and everything, you consume them, you excrete them, or you buy a lot of furniture and they get old, you dump them. You're creating garbage. The more money you have, the more garbage you create, your mental garbage. It won't make you happy. Get rid of it's getting rid of. If you get rid of them, you're okay. You don't have to look for it. The more you look for it, you're in the wrong track. This morning, if you come to a temple, you have a new resolution for 2016 and you want to look for happiness. No. Letting go of your unhappiness. When you let go of your unhappiness, you are happy. You have a lot of unhappiness. You don't realize it. On the surface, you may realize it, but subliminally, it's below the threshold of your consciousness. You may not even notice them. how do we meditate? We have to remember two things. We have to do it simultaneously. One is to focus on your own breath. The other is to let go. So one is grasping at it. The other is letting go of it. It seems to be just in the opposite direction. So these are the two things. One is the opposite of the others. So in other words, sometimes you have to work at it, and sometimes you must be letting go of it. So you must practice this. It sounds like you're putting salt in water, and then the water gets salty, you put water, add in water again, and then you put salt, and then add water again. But it is important to do it like that. Now, as we go on, you will realize why do we do it this way. We focus on the breath, and many other gurus and meditators, they call it present moment awareness. That is to focus on the breath. Why the breath? Well, not anything else. Why not a flame, a candle? Because the breath is the most present moment. What is more present than your breath? Your breath is right now, here and now. It follows you wherever you go and as long as you live. It is the most akin to you. So that's the reason why you use the breath. And I know that there are some other methods of meditation. For example, meditating on a koan. Or there's also meditating on Kundalini. Now, 参话头 meditation on koan is very complicated. It's not that easy. For those higher level ones, it's easier for higher level ones. Meditation on Kundalini, if you don't have a full understanding of it, you can easily get into I wouldn't say problems, into some difficulties that you may not be able to resolve by yourself. So it's not that easy. But this one, why Kundalini is not that easy? I'm not downgrading any other methods. Why Kundalini is not that easy? Because it's more efforts applying. It's like when you're burning something in a kettle. Say if you're a campfire and you're using a candle, you use flame to burn it. Kundalini is something that you add a lot of fuel. You add a lot of fire with logs, and you cannot control the fire, you'll burn yourself. It's not that easy. So watch out of those. I don't mean to downgrading anything. It's just whatever is good for you, but this is what the Buddha taught. And I want to use the Buddhist method, And letting go, other than focusing on the breath, the other is letting go. Focusing on the breath is present moment awareness, we know. Now how about letting go? Letting go is no perpetuation of habitual attachment. Why let go? Because we have to break the habitual continuation of wandering thoughts. The breath deals with the present moment. And so how about the past and the future? We always have to attach to the past and worry about the future. The past and future will have to be resolved, will have to be dealt with by letting go. So remember these two methods. It's just a summary for you. This is another summary. So when we talk about letting go, our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue, our body and mind all attached to this matter, sound, smell, taste, touch, and thought. This means letting go of matter, letting go of sound, letting go of smell, letting go of taste in meditation, and letting go of do we have to let go of touch? We didn't let go of touch because we still have the breath. The breath touches. So we only have one object, that's the breath. We don't have anything else. There's the senses, the objects. And how about thought? No inner commentator. Don't put a second thought to it. No second thought. Break the habitual continuation of past and future, attention on the present breath. And then on self, because we have how many consciousnesses? We have 8 consciousnesses. So if we work on all this 7, we are on our way to realization. So on self, you break the self. Don't have letting go, only the breath exists. That's what we talk about. And the method we use is ana, pana, sati. In, ana is in, pana is out, sati is what is in the mind, the thought in the mind. So we are practicing meditation. How to cross your leg, what clothes to wear, whether you shrink, relax your shoulders. Those are the easy. Those are the postures that are so easy that I find it repeating every session. It seems to be a little bit boring to people who come here all the time, listen to the same thing. But for the sake of benefiting newcomers, we want to do it for the sake of benefiting newcomers. For those who have been here all the time, listening to another 15 minutes of instructions that you have been listening before, maybe a little boring, but we always consider newcomers. So we repeat it again. Okay? Now, if we get further, how do I know I'm doing it right? How do I progress in my meditation? What is meditation? What stages? How do I know I'm right? Where would I go from here? People like to know about it. And when do I get the enlightenment? And then we say there's different stages of meditation that we already have talked about. So we are right here, so we can achieve Kamadhatu Samadhi and Anagamya Samadhi. That's the highest we achieve in the world we're living in. But some people in this world can achieve first jhana at the time of meditation, or the second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana. Now these are very high level ones. The Buddha was in here between 3 and 4, and some people said 4 in some sutras, and then he got out from this. He got out from this, all this temporal meditation, and got into nirvana. And of course, if you go further up, you have infinite space attainment, infinite consciousness attainment, no nothing attainment, and neither perception or non-perception attainment, which is even a higher level. Why do you call this jhana and that attachment? I mean attainment. Usually, Sutra says that in here is a combination of wisdom and vipassana, wisdom, and samadhi. In here is more of concentration. People who's more of concentration. So if you focus more on concentration, if you erroneously got into just meditation and without wisdom, you could go into here. You're not out from samsara as yet. You're not out into a nirvana as yet, because you concentrate just on the concentration, on the samadhi part, and not the wisdom part. So it is very important that you also have the wisdom part, the vipassana part. And then, where do we go from here? We know the stages that we're going into, and how do we feel? When we progress, what would be our experiences in meditation? We haven't reached any area, but according to some people who attain this jhana, how do they feel it? What did they tell us? What did the Buddha tell us when we get jhana, when we get attainment? If we are in this world, if we're doing meditation, we know how to do it. We have directed thought. That means we know how to do it. Under instructions and with a lot of reading, we know all these. Assuming you know, assuming you're very familiar with meditation, that means you already have directed thought. In other words, you have samadhi, you have directed thought because you know how to do it. You're very familiar with it. And then you also have evaluation. You know how to evaluate yourself when you do meditation. And what is wrong, what is right, how do you progress. If you have these two and really are good at it, you may achieve Kamadhatu Samadhi. You have certain focus. Assuming you know, you got all these, you know already, you've been practicing for a number of years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Do you need that long? Some people need 30 years. Some people need the whole life to know, to go through this too. But for some people, it may be just a month. So don't underestimate yourself. Don't think that, oh, some people need 30 years to arrive at those mental factors. For some people, if you have practiced it before in your previous life, it could take you a month, or 1 year, or 2 years, or 3 years, we don't know. So don't attach a number of years to it. First, yeah? Yeah? There's no such thing as a period of time. But just as a common saying, maybe 3 years, 4 years, you know, approximately 3, 4 years. If you do it all the time, you know how to direct your thought. Well, so for some people, you know how to direct your thought. You have an object, and you focus on your breath and you let go. But for some people, they did it for 1 month. They quit for another 3 months. Do it 1 month again. Quit for 3 months again. It may take them the whole life, and they haven't achieved. They haven't done any of these. So as you do more and more and more, you have directed thought, you know your evaluation, you begin to feel comfort. You begin to feel a little joy in it. You feel you're overwhelmed with joy. Because meditation is going up, right? So this is first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, and fourth jhana. So you have directed thought when you get into first jhana, you have evaluation, you have stillness, you have rapture, you have all these 5 mental factors. You have all these 5. When you experience all these 5 feelings, perceptions, then you are in first jhana. In other words, you have been meditating for years, you have directed thought, you have evaluation, and then you attain a little bit of stillness of mind, then suddenly you have the rapture of joy in you. Joy. And you have rapture and you have joy. That is the first jhana. And in the second jhana, you don't need this anymore. Because these, you don't have to look for anything. You're already so familiar with them that you still have the object, the breath, but you don't need to investigate and analysis and all that. You're at a higher level, you attain the stillness of mind, and then you have rapture and you have joy. Okay. And as you go further, even the joy, you don't need it. You won't attach to the joy. You have the stillness of mind, you have that rapture. The joy, you don't need joy anymore. And then in the fourth jhana, then you only have the stillness of mind. Rapture and joy are attachments to you. You don't want those rapture and joy. You don't want any attachment. You let go of the joy, you let go of rapture. You only have stillness of mind, that is in the fourth jhana. You're already at a very high level. If you are at first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana, you could have been meditating for days. Some people meditate for a month. And if you're at the fourth jhana, you could have been meditating for 1 month without drinking any water. Even without air, even without food, you can do the fourth jhana. You go to the fourth jhana. What do we get from here? That if you are in meditation at a higher level, you have a lot of joy and comfort and rapture and stillness of mind, which is so, I don't know if we can call it happiness. But up to this level, you got to watch out for something. Usually in sutras, it tells you about joy, about rapture. And few of them talk about problems in meditation, disruptive emotions in meditations, the difficulties you encounter in meditation. You think everything is joy? You have to go through a lot of storms to get into these. And they only tell you the good parts of them to encourage you. Some sutras says they dare not tell you too much about, oh, you get Mara, you get dominated by devils. But the actual devils is the devils of your mind. Not very, very few outside devils. In other words, there is no Mara or devils that would walk and dominate you, or hit you, or whip you. Most of it is from the inside. If your inside has no devil, the outside cannot do anything about you. But if the inside has devil, it will cooperate with the outside devil to overwhelm you. We haven't heard about an outside devil who ate you up, who swallow you. No. If you really want to get into stillness of mind, you have to go through a lot of storms, difficulties, disruptive emotions. And if you don't know how to do it, you ruin yourself. So you really have to, most people say you need a guru. You need people who understand. You can't just go by, here's a book, and I depend on this book, I got meditation. What happens if you have one of the problems? Can you use a book to cure your physical sickness? I got Google, I got all the information. If I have a flu, then I just key in Google or whatever and say how to cure the flu, and then you just get some tablets and you're okay. So we don't need any doctors. So you really have to understand the problems in meditation. But don't let that scare you off. If you are able to go through those storms, those rainy seasons, stormy weathers, you're on your way to success. It's only logical. You mean all meditation is joy, is happiness, no problems? Then how come we have so many problems in life? Nothing comes, there's no free lunch. There's a saying in North America, there's no free lunch. You can be a Buddha. What did the Buddha, how did the Buddha practice? The Buddha practiced for lives, many, many lives. I mean, when he came to the last life, before reincarnation, he went into 8 years of ascetic practices. He got a lot of sickness. He was so weak and fragile that he was actually crawling and feebly crawling to the banks of the river, and then he fainted. He had gone through a lot of sickness. He'd gone through a lot of difficulties and storms. And then fortunately, he was able to survive. A lady, herding the shepherd, gave him milk to drink to revitalize him, and then was able to crawl back under the Bodhi tree, crawl back to the seat and make a vow to do it again, And even that, he had to go through the Mara's enticements, the Maras, the war of the Maras, finally before getting to enlightenment. The Buddha has to go through a lot of disruptive emotions, overcome those emotions, and become the Buddha. And you, thinking that everything is happy in meditation, we didn't mention these things to scare you off in the first 6 years, 10 years, right? We're telling you now, otherwise you won't come. And a lot of problems. And if you practice other methods, if you got into problems, some people got into problems, and it takes them years to recover. If you do not have vipassana in the focus, you get into problems. So you have to mix vipassana with samadhi. You have to mix wisdom with concentration. They say it's extremely difficult. So what are those problems? Let's evaluate those problems. Disruptive emotions in meditations. When your focus is getting stronger and longer, or when you're trying too hard with your focus that you have gone well over the threshold of your efforts, you may experience disruptive emotions. You've done it too much. And what are these disruptive emotions as a result of meditation? Worry and anxiety, fear, painful memories, anger, jealousy, discouragement, boredom, lust, desire, doubt, even overwhelming feelings of comfort and joy. Comfort and joy is itself a deterrent to enlightenment if you're attached to them. Your awareness is heightened and your emotions are magnified. Subliminal emotions that have been accumulating from previous life rise to the surface of your consciousness. It's just like there is a door to all your emotions subliminally hidden or in the basement of your mind. And you go down to the basement, you have to uplift your opening, and then you go down to your basement. And now if you focus for so long, you increase your power, you are able to open up that basement of subliminal emotions that been accumulated for many, many lives. You exposed it, it really stinks, they really stink, and you try to clean them up. Those subliminal emotions have been in you for years, for lives. Worry, anxiety, fear, painful anger, all of a sudden, because of your concentration, you realize them. Without concentration, you don't even realize you have a basement of problems. Now you open up because of your concentration. When we talk about this, we have subliminal all hidden underneath you. And your awareness is heightened and your emotions. Previously, when you are interacting in your daily lives, all your emotions that you may realize, some people never realize the emotions, are so crude. And now, because of the focus, you have been given a focusing lens, you have been given a magnifier to magnify every single little thought that you have. A flickering of time already have contained many, many thoughts. You don't realize those small little thoughts. I don't know, there's so much to talk about problems in meditation. Only when you arrive at the level that you realize every minute little thought coming up. You think you know yourself? Oh, I'm fair. I'm not opinionated. I never look at things with distorted views. Because you don't know yourself. I'm kind, some people say. I'm kind. I'm cooperative. I'm considerate. I can say no. You're not. Getting into subliminal levels, you're hiding all these defects in you. You didn't know about it until you really get into the focus, until you've been given a magnifier. Because your focus, what is a focus? A focus is a magnifier. Once you open up the basement, the subliminal emotions, and a huge magnifier, look at it, oh, gee, these are the things I haven't discovered. Now it's coming up. It's good, I discovered it now. Let me resolve it. But when you resolve it, at the first time when you open this subliminal basement, the stinky smell overwhelms you. You're sick. You have so much anxiety and fear. You have so much painful memories. You're so angry. You're so jealous that you're overwhelmed. You hate meditation. You give up. I don't want to meditate anymore. It's terrible. I feel this. I feel that. I feel possessed. I feel overwhelmed. I feel that I'm not comfortable here. I'm not comfortable there. Because you know why? When you have focus, not only your spiritual part change, your physical parts also change. Your chi, your energy, it's all increasing. Your energy is all over the body. If you don't know how to direct them out, to release them out, you got sick physically even. You feel your chest is all painful. You feel nothing is comfortable. You feel you're so agitated. because you bottle up with the sudden increase of chi, sudden increase of energy. You don't know how to release it. You don't have a guru. You don't have a teacher to ask. You only go by books and videos. And some people have that chi for 9 years, 10 years, and they have a headache, migraine headache. So, no free lunches. If you want to go through that long desert to get to that oasis of enlightenment, you got to go through a lot of deserts, a lot of sandy storms, violence, and everything. But once you overcome those, that's the oasis. You'll be overwhelmed with that oasis, that enlightenment, that nirvana. So I expect there's a decrease of the number of participants next time because you get scared, you don't want to meditate again. There's physical and spiritual setbacks as you go further and further. A lot of people here don't even get to that part. So don't worry. Don't worry about it yet. You don't have that yet. You're meditating only for 1 hour not even 1 hour on a Saturday morning, and you expect to see all those subliminal emotions in your basement of mind? Forget it. No. You know a little bit of yourself. You couldn't even control your crude emotions. We've been talking on meditation and how do we do meditation, the purpose of meditation, the benefits of meditation. This cosmic assistance, we call it cosmic assistance. The cosmic comes from the word cosmo, and cosmo more or less means universal, or it may embrace more meaning than just universal. But we're living in the world with materiality and desires. So whenever in the world of materiality and desires, there is a certain location you live in. We live on materiality, which means that there are things that are perceptible to us. That is things that's made up of neutrons, electrons, protons, atoms. This is material. But all existence is not just material. It's also non-material, metaphysical. It's above physical. And sometimes you call it spiritual. The reason why I want to get back to cosmic existence is we have to know our positioning. Where are we? Where do we originate? More or less like that. Where did we come from and what did we end up with? These are the basic questions. We try to take a look at cosmic existence. When we look at cosmic existence, we're looking at the 10 realms, cosmic existence, and we have what we call the 6 worldlings. 6 worldlings is the 3 vicious realms, departed spirits, or sometimes call them ghosts, animals, and hell realms. There's also the 3 benevolent realms, the heavenly beings, people call them guardian angels, or people or sentient beings living in heaven above us. In other words, the existence is much more enjoyable, much more pleasurable than us. Asuras, human beings, we are in this level, human beings. In the ancient sutras, there's only 5 worldlings. The asuras is classified in each. In other words, there are asuras in human beings, asuras in heavenly beings. There are also asuras in hell beings, in animal beings, and in departed spirits. So there are only 5. They classify only 5. But in some sutras, they classify 6. Now, when a sutra classifies 6 worldlings, that asuras refers to heavenly being asuras. I don't know if you understand what I mean. In human beings, there are also asuras, vicious human beings. For example, in the atrocities of wars, the imposed atrocities of wars on humans, they genocide, they started genocide. For example, in the Second World War, Hitler, for example, or the Nazis, they are the asuras of human beings. That's commonly recognized now. So there are asuras in human beings. There's also asuras in animals. Some animals are predators, are hunters. They like to kill weaker animals. And some animals are tame. So there are asuras in animals too. There are asuras in spirits. Some ghosts are helpful, benevolent ghosts, and some are vicious ghosts that are harmful to humans. So there are asuras in the five. But the asuras here are heavenly asuras. They enjoy all the blessings that they receive in heavens, but they are very competitive and they're very jealous. They're always fighting with other heavenly beings. So we are in here, just to summarize it, we are the six dwellings, and we are in this six realms or the six dwellings. We are here. And this is a world with materiality, world with desires. We are here. You have to know who you are. We are human, and we have been reincarnating. We are in samsara, going through life after life, life and death until now. When I talk about this, some people are very interested. Oh, that's where I came from. Some people, so what? It doesn't touch their heart. They don't know how do we get out. How do we get out from this world, world of desires? They're not too interested. They're only interested in food, eating, enjoyment, and that's where they spend the rest of their life. There are many different kinds of people. If you are interested in the spiritual level of humanity, you'll be interested in this kind. People who are looking for liberation. People have been suffered, and people have seen a lot of sufferings. They want to liberate from sufferings, not only of themselves, of all the others. They're more compassionate people. They're more interested in this. People who are not compassionate, what do they care? Yeah, I mean, I'm a human being, so what? When I die, I just die. Most people are like that, as a matter of fact. Yeah. And these are the six dwellings. And how about these here? There's the four sages, saints. These are out from samsara. They already have taken the spiritual path, taken enlightenment. They already have walked out from life and death. Pratyeka Buddha, Sravakas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddha. And in Sravakas, there are four levels: the Strodapana, Sakritagaman, Anagaman, and Arahats. These are the four sages. They already have liberated themselves from samsara. No more life and death for them. No more sufferings for them. And more than just that, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, after they have liberated themselves from life and death, they came back to life and death. They already have liberated themselves, but they don't want to leave all these folks behind. They came back to liberate others in many, many forms. And the Sravakas and the Pratyeka Buddhas, they are more, I already have been liberated. I'm okay. And they don't take a lot of interest in liberating others. They don't take that as a mission, as something that I am one with all the sentient beings. If they're not liberated, I don't want to be liberated. I want to be with them. I want to go back. I want to go back to save all my folks. I can't just liberate myself. Now it's okay that the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddha, they're already in nirvana. Okay. But these Buddha and Bodhisattvas, they cannot leave sentient beings. They always want to go back. They always want to help. These are already liberated. So, you know your positioning. Our positioning, we are in here. We're in human beings in here. And do you consider that you are fortunate if you started to study the Buddha's teaching, knowing how to liberate yourself and how to liberate others, emancipate yourself, emancipate others? But there are a lot of people who never have a chance to know about these things. There are other people who are still submerged themselves in samsara, in life and death. There are people who involve themselves with heavy karma that pull them down to the animal realm, spirit realm, hell realms, and human beings realms. Heavenly beings and asuras, of course, they're in a much higher level. They do not have as much sufferings. They have very little sufferings, but they're not completely emancipated yet. They are still going through samsara. In human beings, it's a mixture, you and I. Some people suffer more than others. The Second World War, the atrocities of war killed 20 million people. It's always good sometimes if you get on YouTube or Google, go back to see how humans can inflict sufferings on others. They created a lot of karmic energy that pulled them down. First World War, millions of people got killed. In some countries, within 1 or 2 months, a genocide took 300 million people, their own folks. 300,000 people. They killed themselves. And plus, human kills animals, and animals kills human. They are killing each other. And these are the wise people who wanted to tell us, get out from there. Help others to get out. But how many people are interested in it? So are we not fortunate to know about the Buddha's teaching, that we can do something about it? Some people are more compassionate in doing it than others. Yes, I know. I still have to. I know, but I'm learning, but I still go through all these sufferings and life after life. So it's very important that you're very conscientious about it. Don't just take a very negative approach. I know all these things. I go to the temple every Saturday and I meditate. And I'm not bad to people. I enjoy life, you know. I still drink. I still eat meat. I still support killing animals for food. I still have my relationship with others, men with women, women with men, and I know a little bit of Buddha's teaching. You think that is good enough for you to get away from suffering? Be conscientious. Liberate yourself in this life. Do not go into the next life. All right, so these are our positionings. Let's take a look at a self, at a human being in here. And why is he a human being? What is he doing when he's a human being? Or animals, whatever. We look at cosmic existence. We look at here a self. The universe is broken down into materiality and spirituality. There's only two major dharmas. Materiality is everything we see, as minute as neutrons, electrons, as big as a gigantic mountain, oceans. All this is material. They're made up by elements and atoms. And on the other side is spiritual, but that's the whole universe to be considered. Now we're considering, why don't we consider a smaller universe? That's a self, that's us. Everyone is a small, minute universe by itself, the self. What does the self make up of? You and I. We make up of the body, which is a matter, body cells, your kidney, your lung, your hair, your bones and everything. That's material. You hold a material part of you. You also hold a spiritual part of you. That's perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. You are made up by the five skandhas: matter, perception, conception, volition, consciousness, the 5 matter that make up of you. This is the body and this is the mind. You have that. Do you realize that you have that? The Buddha broke it down so that we can look at ourselves. How can you emancipate yourself from suffering without knowing who you are and what you make up of? Now this is how you and I will make up of. And then we take a look at more. In the matter, we have eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. This body, of course, is not just the body. It includes the internal organs of the body. And then we also have the mind, which is perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. And this we call the 6 organs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 organs, the material organs. And then when these 6 organs that we have, we interact with the outside world, or this object that we interact, eye with matter, ear with sound, and all the nose with smell, tongue with taste, and body with touch, and mind with all mental objects that we think of the past, the present, and the future. We create images in our mind. We create illusions in our mind. So that's the objects that we create. And when we interact with these objects, what happens? The 6 consciousnesses arises. The eye consciousness, the ear, nose, tongue, body, and the manas consciousness, which is the egoistic consciousness arises. We're living in the 18 realms, the interactive 18 realms. We're living in there. We are the 18 realms. And when we are interacting like that in the 18 realms, at the same time, a lot of mental functions come up in us. Not just interaction. What are these mental functions? We call it the 56 mental functions. And some of these, just to give examples, is jealousy, hatred, depression, arrogance, selfishness, shamelessness, anger, hatred. You name all those at the same time. And when you are interacting in the 18 realms, when you're interacting in the 18 realms in your daily life, it's not that simple. You are creating karmic energy. Every thought, every bad thought, every good thought, every reaction, creating karmic energy that bound you. That's the reason why some people suffer. Some people die early, some people healthy, some people unhealthy, some people are rich, some people are poor. You created your own destiny and you don't know about it. You've been creating your good or bad or neutral destiny. Don't blame God, don't blame parents, don't blame the society, don't blame all these things. You creating your destiny. And you only blame others for what you suffer. But don't you know that you're doing it yourself? Now, this is only give you a general idea. Now, we call that the Sanskrit, which leads us to stay in samsara, because a Sanskrit, and I will further tell you what a Sanskrit is. It's a Sanskrit word, which leads us to stay in samsara, in life and death. How do we liberate ourselves from samsara? The Buddha said, liberate yourself from samsara. Don't go through life and death anymore. If you don't do that, you'll be always in life and death. Yeah, you are very compassionate this life. You're helping, you're donating all your money out, but that would put you in a better human realm in your next life. You're still in suffering because you are not getting out from samsara. So you have to learn what the Buddha told you to get out from samsara. Not just being a good man, a good woman, not enough. A good man and good woman would only qualify you to go to heaven, and you still die after you enjoy what is in heaven. Heaven is not the ultimate way to go. You still died, but you enjoy millions of years of longevity, millions of years of quote-unquote happiness, you still die. The Buddha said that's not the ultimate way to go. You have to transcend heavens. Heaven is only to what you call, to award those good people. You're a good person. It's an award to you to go to heaven. But don't go there. Become nirvana. Going there, you enjoy the happiness, and after the happiness is all enjoy, the karmic energy of good karmic is used up, you still go back to life and death. Start over again. So don't think about going to heaven. Of course, it's better to go to heaven than hell, but heaven is not the ultimate way to go. It's only the quality to award you for all the goods that you have done. From samsara to nirvana, from samskrita to asamskrita. What is samskrita? All things that are conditioned or brought into being by contributing causes and subject to the laws of impermanence, causation, and rebirth. This relates to samsara and applies to anything that bears the characteristics of arising, duration, decay, and disappearance. That's a universal law. Everything arises, becomes into being. It's sustained for a certain time, and it starts to turn bad, and finally it's gone. Even you, your body is subject to that. Your body has been given birth to you, you're born, assuming that is arising, coming into being. You sustain your life for a while, it starts to change. You start to get old, you start to get sick, and you start to be sick, and then you die. You're going through arising, duration, decay, and disappearance. Not just the body. Everything, every neutron, every atom, every element is going through life and death, going through changeability, changing. No exception. That is universal law. Nothing is unchanging. Your husband and wife today, we don't know, 20 years later, no more relationship because one would pass away earlier than the others. You have a good family. You think the family would stay all the time? You have a good business. You have a good company. Everything will wind up to nothing. There's not just negative. That's a universal law, and you attach to permanence. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to cheers. Here's a bottle of whiskey, and here, cheers. Here's a steak. Cheers, lobsters. You're killing. You're committing all this karmic energy. You don't know about it. You don't know impermanence. You know about impermanence, but you live as if everything is permanent. Everybody knows about impermanence, but your interaction, your thinking, you don't know about it. You're getting onto permanence. Everybody knows about causation, but when things come up, you still attach to causation. You're attached to someone treating you not nicely. You're still attached to being selfish. You're still attached to being arrogant. You're still being attached to ego, your ego. You don't know about it because thought comes so delicate. Oh, I'm a good person. I'm a philanthropist. But in the minute little world, in your mental world, you are still egoistic. You may not know about it. The time when you really know about the minute little defects in you is the time when you're in meditation. Sometime when you're in meditation, all your defects, all your karmic energy magnify. You can see it. Wow, I'm like this. You're overwhelmed with these emotions. So if you haven't got to that level, that means you're not in a meditative state that you are in a higher level. Meditation exposes all your weaknesses and it forces you to change. Meditation is not just, oh, I'm enjoying, I'm at peace. Oh, I have comfort. That's just scratching the surface of meditation. Meditation is to open up your basement of garbage and let you clean it up. By the time you open that cellar, all the stinky garbages, you got depressed. There must be a guru who tells you, don't depress. Let go of the stinkiness. Start to clean it up. Start to clean it up. Okay? Now that's Samskrita. And then Asamskrita, changing from Samskrita to Asamskrita, things that are conditioned without arising, duration, decay, and disappearance, absence of all conceptualization and emotions, freedom from samsara, and complete liberation from suffering. A synonym for nirvana. Nirvana is not subject to the laws of impermanence, causation, and rebirth. Nirvana is the place that we should go to. The Buddha has gone there already in Nirvana. The Buddha came back 2,500 years ago and told us how to get there. A lot of bodhisattvas, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Samanapatra Bodhisattva, Mandrisva Bodhisattva, they all came back to tell us this is a path to go to Nirvana. Who have been listening? Who have been following? It's not easy to get to Nirvana. An arahat, after practicing in this life, become an arahat, he entered into Nirvana. But he still keeps a body. That is not parinirvana. Parinirvana is when this body is shut off, no more burden than he's in Nirvana. So there's a parinirvana. In other words, when the Buddha 2,600 years ago, he became the Buddha, but he still lived to introduce the Buddhist teaching to the whole world. He still maintained a body. But by the time that he thought, my time is up, I already have finished my mission, I've got to go, then he would dial out this body and get into Nirvana. So there's a parinirvana and a Nirvana. All right, so these are the things that we always have to remember. Now, when we say meditation, now leading back to where we are now, when we are in meditation, before we get to the first jhana, in this world with desires, we could have 2 samadhi at the high level. Right now, the way we're meditating, you're meditating just on a Saturday. If you go home and you don't do anymore, and you are not a fervent meditators, you just do it haphazardly, you never would have achieved this. Even this is not easy to achieve. This is when you have the direct thought evaluation. When you have direct thought, it means that you keep directing your thoughts to the breath. You keep directing your thought to the breath. You already have increased your focus in meditation. If I can give you an example, when I hit the gong, dong, you first hear the vibrating sound of the bell. Just first hear it. I can give you an example. As a bird's flying, the birds first stretch out its wings and start to take off. You have a focus. You have a focus. And then evaluation it covers several activities. Sustaining your focus, improving and evaluate your focus yourself. You have the pleasurable comfort feeling. The breath energy permeates into every part of the body. You increase your awareness. It's like in the vibrating example, you continuously hear the vibrating sound. If in the bird's flying example, you have already taken off. Your wings is already out. That's evaluation. You're at a higher level. Your focus has increased. Very few people have arrived at this evaluation. So you always have to direct thought. You increase the focus, you arrive at evaluation. Usually, if I can give a general example, these people meditate for 3 hours per day at least, 4 hours per day. Some people meet 6-7 hours per day. Then they have direct thought, they have focus, they have evaluation. These are the factors. If you meditate for 3-4 hours per day, then you get comfort. In other words, you're so comfortable that you don't want to leave your meditation. If you have that comfort, you won't give up your meditation for millions of dollars. If somebody say, I want to give you $5 million, can you give me your meditation? You don't want to. To you, money is nothing anymore. Materiality is nothing anymore. Your happiness is not a material anymore. You have that comfort. And then you continue to increase this level, you will get to what? You still have the direct thought, you still have the evaluation, you have a rapture, which is much higher. You have rapture, you have joy, you have a little bit of stillness of mind. You already have your stillness of mind, your focus has increased, that you have this stillness of mind in you. you not only have comfort, you have a little bit of rapture of joy, piti in the Sanskrit language, and you also have sukha, which is the joy. But this is only preliminary and sporadic. When you're at this, you can arrive at this kind of samadhi. You are still in this world of desire. You are ready to go into the first jhana. When you go into the first jhana, you are a different person. For people who have been meditating for years, maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you are here. But don't discourage that it may take you another 15, 20 years. For some people who have been practicing in the previous life, it may take them 5 months, maybe a year. It depends on who you are. If you've been practicing for many lives before, it could take you 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and then you reach to the first jhana. Now this is before getting to the first jhana. Now, next time we'll talk about what do we do, how do we feel in the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, and fourth jhana. If you arrive at this, maybe out of many people arrive at the first jhana, second jhana, and third jhana. You are close to a saint level because you all realize these 5 mental factors. You have directed thought, you have evaluation, you have rapture, you have joy, and you have stillness of mind. All this is completed. All these you already have completed. You totally get all these. And then, in the next time, after you arrive at the first jhana, then how do people get to the second jhana, third jhana, and fourth jhana? Now, even if you, in this life, you arrive at the first jhana, sometimes you may lose it. Say if you are a monk, you already have arrived at the first jhana, but sometimes you have to go out to teach, and then you interact with other people, then your karmic habitual energy came back. You may lose your first jhana. Because say, for example, if this monk interact with ladies, for example, because he'd been karmically built up kamadhatu habits, he may tend to talk to the ladies more, for example. Or, oh, this is a beautiful lady. Or all of a sudden he may lose the first jhana. And he had to do it again to get the first jhana. Or if his greediness is so much that this monk has been preaching, and then somebody said, can I donate it to you a $20 million land so that you can build a temple on it? All of a sudden he become so greedy. Yeah, I can build a good temple, and somebody donated me $20 million. Of course I'll accept it. And all of a sudden you build up fame and reputation in your mind, some greediness in your mind, and then you lose your first jhana. And you get into attaching to temples, fame, reputation. So you're the abbot of the biggest temple, which is worth 500 million. So all of a sudden you feel so overwhelmed with all these things. You may have lost your first jhana. So you may lose it. You get it, you lose it. And for some people, they may lose it in the first year, and then, I have built this temple. I don't need it anymore. I will continue, but I'm not attaching it to it anymore. And then he get back to the first jhana. I built this temple not for building up my reputation and fame. I built this temple to benefit all the others. Some people build a temple without attaching to it. They're always in the first jhana. You understand? So you may lose it, okay? Now, we're going to the second jhana, third jhana, and fourth jhana next time. Okay, so we can start right away, but we should put the palms together. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Put your palms down. Yeah. Today, I would like to wrap up on what we talk about meditation as a conclusion. And then maybe next time when we meet again, we can start something new. Meditation, let's get back to it again. We as an individual, cosmic existence includes existence of course, in the 6 paths of reincarnations, the 3 vicious realms and the 3 non-vicious realms. The 3 non-vicious realms will be heavenly beings, asura beings, human beings, and the 3 vicious realms, victims of hell, ghosts realms, and animal realms. Now, we are living, every individual is living within the 18 realms, we call it. When we're interacting with the outside, we have 6 organs, eyes, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. In here is the brain, we call it the brain. The body is a very conclusive concept. It means not just of the body, it means all the organs inside us. So although it's 6 organs, but actually it's numerous organs. But the conspicuous ones, the ones that are very influential, are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and brain, and the mind. The 6 organs, when the 6 organs in our daily lives, every minute of it, every daily life, every minute of it, interact with the 6 objects: eye with matter, ear with sound, nose with smell, tongue with taste, body with touch. Here, touch doesn't just mean the bodily touch, it means the touches of all the organs, the interaction of all the organs. And the brain interact with mental objects, which means that the brain may create images. When you are closing your eyes or nose or ears and you are in the imagination, you're creating illusions. So it is mental objects. When this happens, the 6 consciousnesses will be created in the interaction: the eyes, the ear, the nose, tongue, body, and the manas consciousness, the 6 consciousness. Why do we have to know these? Because if you don't know you are living in the 18 realms, you cannot understand Buddhism. Because Buddhism is not about worshiping, getting blessings and all that. It's about studying you in relation to the world, you in relation to all individuals, you in relation to time and space. So you really know who you are. You really know how have you been creating karmic energy that you bind yourself in the bondage of reincarnation. Now, in this 18 realms, we're living in 18 realms, and if we are using the 5 scanters, the 5 aggregates to analyze it, the body and the mind, the body, matter, and the mind is perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. So all these, all the deeds, speech, and thoughts expressed through body, mouth, the mouth is to speak, the mind, creating karma. So what we have been doing is, we have been creating karmic energy in every thought, every action, every speech. We well understand all these, but we are still living in the bondage. It's just like we understand that Going to casinos and gamble and lose all your money is not right, but when you're addicted to it, you just continue to do it. You know that taking drugs, intoxicants are not right, but when you're addicted to it, you continue to do it. You know that overwhelm yourself, involve yourself with sensual pleasures or relationships, you know it's not that right because there's a lot of side effects created from it. You know it, but you still want to do it. And you know that blindly acquiring wealth by all means, even hurting other people, even stealing, killing, lying, you know those are not right, but some people don't even know about these. But you still keep on doing it. Why? Because you are in that chain of reaction that you can get rid of. The Buddha has been telling us to cut the chains. Can you do it? When you read the book, you say, okay, I'm going to do it. But you just simply cannot. When jealousy comes up in you, you still become jealous. Hatred, anger, you can't break the chain. You need training. You need understanding. You need vipassana. You need prajna to change all this. You can select not to change. You can select change. And most people don't even know there should be changes. And most people select the non-change. They just go on with their life, seeking for pleasures and fame and reputations and wealth, just as all the others are doing. And then they roll into reincarnation and reincarnation. And when they have sufferings, they just cry, they just become emotional. That's what we call ignorance. You don't do anything about it. You just react with your emotions when problems, when sufferings, when sickness, when death comes up. You just react with emotion. You're not seeking methods to do something about it. Right now, the Buddha's teaching is, look, you really have to do something about it. Not just haphazardly. You have to do it with exertion, with diligence. You have to do it every day. And the Buddha gave us methods. One of the methods is meditation. Train yourself to break that chain of thought through meditation. First of all, know yourself. So that's meditation. Now, all these, getting back to the PowerPoint, is creating karmic energy, and it creates unwholesome karma, leads to the 3 vicious realms when you die. Wholesome karma leads to the 3 non-vicious realms when you die. The 3 vicious realms will be hell realms, ghost realms, and animal realms. And according to the Buddhist teaching, most, if not all, who live roll into the 3 vicious realms. They kill every day. You're supporting killing. You are still a meat eater. You still struggle to get fame and reputation. In the process, you're hurting a lot of people. You're still operating, businesses that are hurting people. You're still being jealous. You have hatred. You're revengeful. So you are creating your own destiny. So you lead yourself to hell, you lead yourself to ghosts, and you lead yourself to animals. And you continue to kill animals. You continue to hunt, to fish. You continue to do that. And you continue to involve in sensual relationships which bind you in this karma world, the world with sensuous pleasures, which is the lower stratum of cosmic existence. And you find that's pleasurable. But Buddha said that's just the opposite. That's the reason why you're born into this world. And some people call them love. We love each other. Love is a many splendid thing. And love, it's you know that better than me. Okay, so if you are in the non-vicious realms, because of your good, wholesome karmic energy, you could be in heaven in your next life. You could be in Asuras, which is still heavenly bodies, heavenly sentient beings, but with a temperament. And then you can be in the humans realm. Even in the humans realm, all humans are different. Some were born into rich families, some in the poor families, some born in developed countries, some in undeveloped countries, and some born with defects of the body, defects of the mind, and a lot of inequalities. Nobody gives these inequalities to you. You carry them yourselves. So these, you have to understand all these before you can meditate, right? So how do we change? We restrict our talk to how do we change this. We want to have the right mindfulness, the right thought. In the Sanskrit language, we call it satipatthana. Sati means the thought, patthana means the right one, the right thought. It's very necessary that you have the right thought. How do we come up with a thought? The very basic, the very origin. When you want to do something, you talk about something, you always have the thought in mind first. How does a thought arise? Do you want to analyze how a thought is arise? Because in a meditation, you want to watch the arising, sustaining, changing, disappearing. A thought is always like that. Coming and going, coming and going. But how is the thought created in your mind? You must know, otherwise, if you can't even know, if you don't even know how a thought arises in your mind, then what do? A thought of emotion comes up, you just react with emotion. You cry, you become revengeful, you become angry. You just react with emotions and you let the emotions carry you away. And you still think that you're right. Yeah, he shouldn't have talked to me in that way. He's stupid. He shouldn't have done this to me. You always blame the others. You don't contemplate within. How does a thought arise? Let's very briefly examine how a thought could be wholesome or unwholesome or neutral. A thought arises in your mind. A thought comes up. That's the first origin, the first procedure. A thought comes up in you. And of course, you have to trace why such a thought comes up in you. The origin. The thought comes up from your subconscious is because you have seeds that germinate that thought. When I talk about seeds, it's not really just the seed of an oak tree, the seed of a flower, no. Seed is just a hidden energy in there. That thought has been accumulating through many, many lives. To people who have been practicing wholesome deeds all the time, the thought that comes up are usually wholesome because they've been cultivating wholesome seeds, wholesome hidden energy. So you have to be very careful with your nursery, with your field of thoughts. And because you have been accumulating all these, you've been reincarnating, a thought actually you can trace why such a thought comes up. But assuming that we just want to examine how a thought comes up, a thought arises. What's the next thing? When you are doing mindful meditation, you would notice the thought coming up, whether it is wholesome or unwholesome. You notice it is arising and you notice it is sustaining. But the observation of the thought in this procedure, in the second procedure, is vague, not clear. And it may arise and sustain without your notice. The thought may come up, you don't even notice it. I still hate that guy, and that thought comes up in me in my meditation. Oh yeah, I'm going to have a meeting with that person. Now he owed me some money, and I'm just asking for my money back. I should bring my contract. He owes me $10,000. I know he's in difficulty, but I need the money back. I don't care. It's a lot of thought in your mind. So it arises in you. It may arise and sustain without your notice. That's the second procedure. Some people noticed it, some people don't even notice it, and let the thought carry away. A misconceived emotions will come up. At this time, if you're practicing mindful meditation, the observation of the thought is getting clear. You come up to a second level where you can watch your own thought coming up and your determination to let go of that thought. That determination is clear. Have you been up to that stage in your meditation for those who have been here a number of years? Have you been watching your thought coming up and you can immediately let it go? Some people nod their heads and say yes. Only when you are calm. But when you go out, somebody infuriate you, you don't let it go. Why is that guy so selfish? He's doing this to me. He's doing that to me. Because you've been habitually thinking in that way. So if you're mindful, then you know you're determined to let it go. So that's the reason why when you're meditating, you have to let go of what comes in. Remember, let what comes in go out. That is one of the methods in meditation. When you're meditating, you could be thinking about the past, you could be thinking about the future, worrying about the future, attaching to the past, and you're thinking of the present. You let that all go. Because all these are thoughts coming up, you let that all go. Because when you're meditating, sure, all these thoughts will come back to you. You don't want to just kill it. Oh, gee, I have to stop all these things. Don't burn them so violently that you burn yourself. When a thought comes up, you want to burn it away and you're so eager, then some hatred arises in your mind. You hate these wandering thoughts coming up. You want to suppress them. You want to kill them. You want to kill these thoughts. Then on top of the thoughts coming up, you have another conception of killing those thoughts. I hate those thoughts. How come in meditation I have those thoughts? I must do something about it. It's terrible. I have a bad session in meditation. You start to hate. A hatred comes up in you to replace all these wandering thoughts. So you must, when a thought comes up, don't try to kill it. Just let it come and let it go. If you start to hate and eliminate those thoughts, you got into devils. That's what we call the devil's meditation. You thought you have a good meditation because you're trying to suppress them. But your suppressions instigate all the hidden energy of suppression in your nurseries. And all this seed starts coming up. You don't even know about it. Some people are so determined. We have a friend in Hong Kong, and he started to learn meditation. He was really good at it. And every time when you say, I need a good session, all thoughts coming up, I push them aside. I just simply kill them. He's breathing a killing concept in mind. And as time goes on, he gets a terrible headache. And he gets very violent in his thinking. And he couldn't meditate anymore. So he gave it up. He just gave it up. And he said, terrible, but I didn't feel comfortable. Because that kind of feeling affects also his physical body. So you got to watch it. When we tell you that meditation will bring you peace and tranquility and pleasure and joy and rapture and pity, it could be just the opposite. You're being dominated by the devil of violence, the devil of revenge, the devil of suppression. Next, the fourth level is your mindfulness of a thought is clear and you're determined to let go of it if the thought is unwholesome. This means that your mindfulness is effective and it's become the right mindfulness. That's what we call become the right mindfulness. These four procedures, if you're mindful, applies not only when you're meditating, applies every minute, every second. Even when you're interacting with other people outside, you still have to watch your thought comes up. Learning the Buddhist teaching is not just coming from meditation and prostration and offering. It's learning how to contemplate your thought, how to nurture that. You start with a wholesome thought. And as time goes on, even the wholesome thought, you have to let go of it. Nothing remains. Even the wholesome thought, let go. Don't attach to wholesome thoughts. Okay, so that's what we mean by right mindfulness. And then we say, okay, how do we learn all these things? Mindfulness, how do I know I'm mindful? The Buddhist teaching, we need concentration, but how do I get about to practice Buddhism? Just give you a brief outline. So you really have to go to 3 courses, the basic courses of the Buddhist teaching: Sila, Samadhi, and Prajna. Sila means precepts, Samadhi means concentration, Prajna means wisdom. Now what is the Sila? Jie, Ding, Hui. Precepts guard actions, speech, mind against unwholesome deeds and encourage wholesome deeds. So if you want to learn a Buddhist teaching, you can say, I just remind myself to be a good man, a good woman. That's it, that's enough. As long as I'm doing good things. No, you really have to take on the precepts, take on that responsibilities, take on that instructions, directions, injunctions against bad deeds. You have to actually take the precepts, like the monks actually take the 250 precepts, the nuns, the bhikshunis, have to take 348 precepts, and if you're a lay person, you take the 3 refuges, you have to take the 5 precepts. Abstain from killing, abstain from lying, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from intoxicants, and abstain from what else? Drinking. Drinking is intoxication. Abstain from what? Stealing. You can say that, oh, as long as I remember that I don't steal in my heart, in my mind, I'm okay. It's not okay that way. You really have to have the ordination. You really have to bind yourself in doing it. It's different. Because if you are actually doing it officially, you are installing that alarm system in you with a professional. Imagine if you just put an alarm system yourself at home, it may not work. Get a professional to do the right job. You really have to take the ordination. You can say, I don't want to be a monk, I just practice the 250 precepts at home. That would be okay. Wouldn't be okay. Because there are certain procedures you have to follow. Jie, Ding, Samadhi, concentration. So put wandering thoughts under control and direct them towards right mindfulness and achieve stillness of mind. That's concentration. Now after you have observed all these precepts, you have security guards, an alarm in you that would stop you from the crude deeds, crude speech, crude thinking. There's a crude level, superficial level. You need a deeper level, because the crude level, as I always using the example, a sila is just like what? Imagine your body as a country. The sila are the armies protecting you from suppression of other countries. You really have to have an armies, soldiers to protect you. And then samadhi, concentration, what is that? If I use this example, is it sufficient just to have the armies, the soldiers, the navies, the air force to protect you, that's all? And then you can live happily in your own country? You need more. You are protected from outside attack, invasion. But how about the invasion inside? The citizens inside are always committing crime, killing, stealing, and all that. You need policemen. You need policemen inside that country, not just the air force, navies, and soldiers, and all that. You need that policeman. That is the concentration. You need that policeman in you, just like a policeman in the country. Inside, you got to keep the law in order inside. And what is prajna? Prajna is development of understanding and practice of the Buddhist Dharma, achieving purification of mind and nirvana. If I use this example, continue to use this example of a country, yes, you have the armies protecting yourself, protection from invasion. Yes, you have the police, but the system of your government is terrible. A lot of corruption, undemocratic. You need a good system. That's the wisdom you have, the prajna that you have. You need to develop a good system inside that country. So that you have a good system, good policemen internally, good armed forces externally to protect you. Here, you live happily. That's just an example to you. And if we compare the Sila, Samadhi, and Prajna in relation to the 6 paramitas, this is how it looks like. The Sila, that means you practice giving, you practice discipline, you practice tolerance, and you practice diligence. You have to practice all that, the actual practice. And in the Eightfold Path, it means right action, right livelihood, and right speech. In other words, you have to practice the right speech, right livelihood, and right action. Those are the sila, the precepts that guard you against bad action, bad speech, and bad livelihood. What do we mean by bad livelihood? If you're making millions of dollars and you're operating a casino that advocate and promote gambling, or if you are operating a red light districts with that encourage people to have, relationships and all that. You know what I mean by that? Then you're not having the right livelihood. You're operating slaughterhouses that kill millions of cows and pigs every day, and you are operating because you want to make a lot of money. You're operating a mink coat business that you kill a lot of minks. You smoke them alive, and you skin them, and one mink could be maybe 100 mink coat could be 100 minks being killed. You're always in the process of killing the seals in the Arctic alive, millions of seals. So you're not in the right livelihood. Okay, so what is samadhi if you compare that to the 6 paramitas? Samadhi, you need meditation, tolerance, or patience, and diligence, exertion of efforts. And if you compare that to the Eightfold Path, it's the right mindfulness and right concentration and right efforts. You really need right efforts, diligence in every one of these courses, 3 courses. How is it related to the 6 paramitas? Wisdom and diligence. So if you compare it to the Eightfold Path, it means right view, right thought. It's not easy to have the right view on things. You really have to listen to Dharma lectures. You really have to study the Buddha's teaching in order to have the right view. Many people have wrong views on things, the wrong thought on things. Samadhi and prajna, concentration and wisdom, is not a procedural practice. You do it simultaneous development. In other words, you don't say, I have my concentration first and then I have practice my wisdom later. No, it's all coming together. Simultaneous development. Okay, now some concluding remarks. We've been talking about mental factors in meditation. Right now, we are beginners. We have directed thought and evaluation. What is directed thought? You have an object of concentration. You create an object of concentration that is according to the Mahasatipatthana, the Anapanasati, the in and out breath. You're using that as an object of meditation. And then every time when you've done it, you evaluate it. Did I do it right? You evaluate it. And you want to make sure that you are doing it with the right mindfulness. So you are in the process of learning it. That's the learning process. You have directed thought, you already can do it, you're evaluating it, and then after you evaluate it, you correct all your errors. So it's very important that you have a guru, or if you don't have a guru, you really know how to correct your own mistakes. But most people, they don't like people to point out their mistakes. Why do you point out my mistakes? I'm okay, I'm good. How many people really like to listen to constructive criticism? No, they think that their esteem is being jeopardized. They like that. We all like that. You've got to have someone who points out your mistake. And sometimes they may be wrong. It's just like me. If I think that, well, you shouldn't do it this way, this way, this way, I may be wrong sometimes if I misunderstand you. But your attitude is, it does not matter. Someone be my guide, someone who is telling me whether I'm really wrong or not, I know, but someone pointed out to me. That means I have an alarm, a rightful alarm in my mind that triggers the alarm and tell me what I shouldn't do. Okay, then when you are doing that right, you will have some comfort, pity. You have comfort in your meditation. And then if you really have this comfort, you're already in Kamadatta Samadhi. Maybe you are in that area. You are still not in the jhana yet. This is the beginners in Samadhi. But you really have comfort. That means after meditating, you feel as if in every session, you don't want to leave your seat. You want to meditate for millions of years. You are so overwhelmed with tranquility that you feel very comfortable. And even sometimes you feel that your physical sickness have got improvement, and you will feel that you're a different person. Maybe your allergy is gone somehow, or maybe your temperament is improved. Maybe you're not as selfish. Maybe you're not as attaching to pleasures, to wealth, to reputation and fame. You know that. Because you free yourself of the bondage of material. You become more spiritual. That's comfort. You become more compassionate. You become more kind. You become more, what do you call that? Non-egoistic, altruistic. You become more altruistic. You become not easily agitated. You become more forgiving. That's comfort. You know. But on the other hand, if you always attach things and, oh, why does my guru tell me all these mistakes? And why is that guy doing this? And, oh, this is not right. This is not right. This should be done this way. You always have the internal commentator telling you that other people are wrong. Then you are not in here. You're not in comfort. And then when you go on again, then you have this. You have all these four. You're improving. You have the direct thought evaluation, rapture. You have joys, preliminary and sporadic though. The rapture of joy is preliminary and sporadic. Your stillness of mind is preliminary and sporadic. Sometimes it comes and sometimes it doesn't come. So you're still not in the jhana. That is anagamiya samadhi. These two are very difficult to arrive at already. Have you been here? Have you been higher level here? If you're on this level, you could meditate for 10 hours. You can meditate for 10 hours in tranquility. And you become a different person. And then as time goes on, of course, you are in the jhana. How many people are in the jhana? You have all these in the first jhana. Direct thought, evaluation, rapture, joy, and stillness of mind. And when you're in the second jhana, what do? Even these are burden to you. Direct thought and evaluation, they are burden to you. You don't need them anymore. You don't want them anymore. And when you get into the third jhana, even rapture is disturbing to you. When in your third jhana, you only have joy and stillness of mind. When you go into the fourth jhana, it's the time when you say that even the joy is disturbing. You only have just stillness of mind. So you're reducing all this. You're reducing your direct thought, your evaluation, your rapture, your joy, until you have stillness of mind, then you're in the fourth jhana. Now this is a very high level. I just bring them out so that you understand what level you go to. If you're on this level, you could have been a Sotapanna already. And if you're this level, you could be an arahat. Where are you? Tell me in this level. These are the jhana level. Very, very high level. That's very, very high level. Now, well, I've finished all these mental factors in the jhanas, and I don't need to go in the level because I'm not qualified to talk about any higher level. I'm not even qualified here. You know, it's in the higher level, you don't even have to talk. The fact that I'm talking to you, we are both not at a higher level.